the photographer will know the boring stuff.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Back to boring. You might have noticed that room and tracks this year are named after Italian dishes, where PyCon Italy, our favorite subject is always food anyway. So just to get your bearings, essentially we do have lasagna, risotto, and spaghetti. We're talking this area. They're all on the ground floor, so they will be divided when it's not keynote time. We also have ricotta and mozzarella, ground floor, like behind us. And we also have rooms, first floor, tigelle, pizza, panino.
I'm hungry.
Oh my God, yeah. Really. I didn't have my breakfast. We also have insalata room, also known as the green garden stage. Insalata is salad in Italian, by the way. And the green garden is a place where you can have time for yourself. You can want to steam off from the conference. You want to take some time. But we also have wonderful workshops there during the conference. So please check the schedule interestingly.
Cool workshop.
Cool, really cool ones. Yeah. Another thing we really want to say is, as you might have noticed, we're having this year enforcing, again, the use of face masks. There's a good reason for that. We want the conference to be for the peace of mind of everyone. The space is very limited in this venue, so, and room will be presumably packed for all the talks. So we thought that is, in respect for everyone, whenever you're inside the rooms, you might wear a face mask. Those will be provided at registration desks, so if you don't have yours, no worries. We have plenty for all of you, so that's exactly the reason. And we also allow a limited number of people standing during the talks, so unfortunately, if the room will be full, there's much we can do. So that's how you have to keep in mind. So if you're really interested in some talks, please make your way to the room in time.
Or watch the streaming.
Or watch the streaming, exactly. We do have, though, although overflow rooms on the first floor. So the rooms on the first floor for keynotes, if the rooms will be packed, you can go upstairs and you can watch directly on streaming, and you can interact with them during the keynotes. As for the lunch options, because, again, there's so many this year and we're so very happy you're all here, we are offering options for lunch. Essentially because otherwise the lunch break would be too long to accommodate everyone in the canteen. So we decided we can have options. We have takeaway boxes. All the options, by the way, are vegetarian and vegan friendly. So you can have alternatives. Yeah, thank you. Again, we want to be as inclusive as possible. We have takeaway boxes you can pick up at the registration desk at the lunchtime. Or we also have a convention with Osteria dei Fiorentini, which is right behind the, right next to the hotel, as soon as you get out of the hotel. And it's totally for free, so you don't have to pay anything. There's no special discount or anything. You just go there, you show your badge, just make sure you're showing the badge.
Collect the ticket at the registration desk.
Oh, okay, you can collect the tickets at the registration desk. On the website, PyCon/lunch, you have all the information, and PyCon/menu Osteria is the menu for the Osteria dei Fiorentini. Last but not least, we organizers, we're not having yet, but we'll have
get change.
We'll get change, yeah. We'll get rid of the, how was it, the opening suits, yeah. We have yellow shirts, so please make sure that in case, well, there are plenty over there, there were many volunteers around, so in case of any kind of questions for everything, make sure to check out with yellow shirts. On you, fun stuff.
Okay, our amazing social events. So we're gonna have 5 drinks this evening. I think there are still tickets available on the website, so check PyCon social events. And then on Saturday, tomorrow, we can have pie dinner with Fiorentina or vegetarian option, vegan option as well. Check the social events for the venue is close by anyway. So yeah, ooh, excited. And then this year, for the first time, we have guided tours of Florence. So for those who want to take a break during the conference, or if you have a partner that doesn't participate in the conference, has nothing to do, they are organizing tours. There's 10 euros. There's some place available, I think, on the website. So check PyCon/guided tour. And then to you, the fun stuff?
It's fun.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm doing it. So it's fun starts. Actually, we're not doing it.
Yeah, I didn't spot the data, sorry.
No, I'm not doing it. That's fun.
Yeah, last but not least, if you travel by train, you may have heard of it. There was a special, very damaging flooding in Emilia-Romagna. So for those who don't know, the Italian geography is like the Bologna flat area. That's actually where I come from, nearby. And so there was very, very bad flooding, and people and farmers are very, very in need. So we decided to support the official fundraiser of Emilia-Romagna. So here there is the website. I know it's in Italian. It's a region Italian site. I don't think there is an English language, but check with us with the yellow shirt if you want to make a donation, if you have trouble, and don't ask. Thank you if you do. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And next, we have some acknowledge. We have a grant program, so for those who cannot afford to join the conference, thank you. And this year, we have 94 grant requests, record ever. And it was very, very challenging to select those grants because, unfortunately, we have limited budget. So thank you for our diversity sponsor, EuroPython Foundation, Nefila, and PSF. And yeah, if you want to sponsor next year as a diversity sponsor, yeah, please do. Let's get in contact so we can give grants to more and more people to come.
Thank you. Of course, thank you so very much to our sponsors. This is why the conference is happening. So thank you very much for all your support. It's very, very much appreciated.
And yeah, our partners, our media partners who support us on social media. Thank you. Yeah. It's over. Enjoy the conference.
Actually, there's one little thing I want to say. There's a kind of a surprise, actually. So this is the hidden announcements of the opening. This is the jigsaw puzzle you're seeing. It's a PyCon IT customized jigsaw puzzle, 1,000 pieces. So we decided that this year we want to try sort of a social game, everyone. So after the first keynote, at the registration desk, there will be a bucket. You can pick your piece. We already did, actually some of us did, the border. It's already there. The plan is, if we can get, by the end of the conference, to complete this puzzle, 1,000 pieces again.
Without losing any pieces.
Without losing any pieces. That's the challenge.
Yeah.
Exactly. So you have to carefully choose yours and keep it as it's really, really precious.
Like gold.
Like gold, or yeah, or whatever. The thing is, if we can all make it, Python Italia Software Foundation next year is going to sponsor €500 diversity grant to come to the conference. So this is again for the community. And now really, that's all?
Yeah, that's really all.
Yeah, we did it.
Thank you, everyone.
Enjoy the conference.
Okay.
Now it's the stage for the first keynote.
Yeah, we should do the stage.
Yeah, it's all yours.
È tuo.
Yes, I should give away the microphone though.
Yep.
Do you need any of those adapters?
No, I just need HDMI.
HDMI, fine. That's it.
Okay.
The mic should work perfectly.
Hello. It seems to work. Yeah, yeah. Hello. There are 3 seats in front row, so you can, if you are standing, you can come here. It's working? Yeah, yeah. So, welcome everyone. It's with great pleasure that I present the first keynote of this edition of PyCon Italia, Carlton Gibson. And his experience as an open source contributor is huge, and especially in the Django ecosystem. So let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello. Good morning, thank you. Good morning. My name's Carlton. This podium's quite high. I should have eaten more vegetables as a kid and see over it, but I'll stand at the side. So, I'm Carlton Gibson, as Paolo said. Thank you for the introduction, Paolo. I'm Carlton Gibson at Carlton Gibson on GitHub. I'm a fostered on Mastodon. How do we? Is it called Mastodon still if it's fostered on? I don't know. Fediverse. I'm on the Fediverse there at that, and I've got a website where I sometimes blog, and there's a, I don't know, RSS feed or whatever. You can follow along on all of those. Today's talk is called Open Source for the Long Haul. I want to talk to you about how we build healthy habits and healthy projects, sustainable projects, so that you don't burn out and so that your projects don't fall apart the second you walk away from them. Sorry. Let me have a sip of water before I dry out with nerves. But before I go on with that, I just wanted to sort of say, well, who am I? Like, what do I know about that? Well, I mostly work on and with the Django web framework. I've been using Django essentially forever, like, forever. As part of that, I've spent basically a decade maintaining key packages in the Django ecosystem. So maybe you've heard of some of them. Django REST Framework, Django Filter, Django Crispy Forms, Django Compressor, Django Work, go on, yeah, Django AppConf. I maintain the channels trio of packages, which is channels, Daphne, channels, Redis, right? I'm a sucker for it. I'm still at it. I've just released a new one called Neapolitan, which is quick CRUD views for Django. It's my take on, how you can get your model on the page a little bit quicker. Whilst doing that, I was playing with HTMX, and there's this pattern where you want template fragments. So, if you just want to display the detail bit of your whole template, you can pull that out without having to put it into a separate template to maintain locative behavior. So that's coming soon. I'm going to spin that out of the project I'm working on, and that's a sort of proof of concept of something we could add to the Django template language. I'm hoping to get that out on PyPI. Well, there's a placeholder on PyPI. I'm hoping to do that this week or next week before DjangoCon Europe. So I like open source, right? But between 2018 and 2023, just March, I was a Django Fellow. A Django Fellow I was contracted by the Django Software Foundation to work on Django itself. I'll talk more about the Django Fellowship Program a bit later on. But the point is, I've been at it a while. I believe in open source. I'm vested in it. I think it's wonderful. And if you were to come to me and you would say, hey, Carlton, should I contribute to open source? I'm going to say, heck yes. I think it's real. I think open source gives you wings. I've just had some energy drink from Kraken. But why? You all work with Python every day, I presume, right? PyCon. But why should you contribute to open source? Well, open source is first and foremost, and for me, it was an investment in my business. I began contributing because I was building my business, around Django and around a key those key handful of packages that I was using. And I needed to know that they were going to continue to work. Right? I couldn't have them just fall apart on me. By contributing to those packages, I could guarantee them, right? Maintain them. So there's that. It's an investment on your business. But open source is also a great way to learn. I've said great way to learn here. I actually think it's probably the best way to learn. You think you know your packages. You will open up the source code, triage some tickets, fix some PRs, add some new features. I promise you, you will know your package a lot better at the end of that. But I was building API backends for mobile clients with Django REST Framework. So I was also helping to maintain DRF. And because of that, I was able to make those customizations and those changes that you always need. Every project, you need to do something which isn't in the docs. It's custom. But because I knew the source code, I was able to do that. And to be honest, it's some of the best source code out there. Right? You're learning from the best. You're standing on the shoulders of giants, and you're getting that exposure to it. So I think contributing to open source is a really, really good way to level up. Okay? Open source does wonders for your CV. It helps your profile. I think that applies at every single level. If you're a junior with no relevant experience at all to lean on, being able to point to a project that you're active on and say, look, this is what I'm doing. These are the contributions I've made. That shows a hiring manager exactly what you need, they're looking for. And if you're in that position, I bet you any money that nobody else applying for that job has got that open source experience to point to. So it really makes you stand out from the crowd. Okay? You can't always show the work that you're working on in your job. You say, oh, can you show me some code example? Well, I can't show you the project I was working on because it's proprietary. Your contract has got some clauses in it about NDA, right? But even if it didn't have those clauses, that code is still private, right? Whereas if you work on open source, you can just point to it. You can show it. Here's what I did. And it's not just the code. It was the interactions that you had. They're all public record. It's, oh, look at this person. Aren't they able to respond in a mature and sensitive and, a way that shows what they call soft skills, which I like to call professional skills. You can demonstrate those in public so that the hiring managers really see you. When I started working on REST Framework, it fundamentally changed the hiring conversation. I would turn up, and instead of it being like, oh, can this guy do it? How do we know? They were like, it was like, oh, you're using REST Framework. You know I maintain that. And they're like, yes, we know. Right? That's why you're here. And so instead of starting here, you start all the way along there. Okay? It's not instant, right? You have to build up a track record. It's not the first comment on one feature, on one PR doesn't change anything. But if you do that over time, you build up that track record. And working on open source projects opened an awful lot of doors for me. And it can open an awful lot of doors for you too. Okay? But more important than all of this, open source is an opportunity to give back. Investing in your business, yep, that's great. Learning, yep, that's great. Building your profile, yep, that's great. But I don't know anybody who's been at this a while who does it for that reason. Right? Those are all great reasons, but that's not why they're still around. In Python, Brett Cannon's phrase, I came for the language, but I stayed for the community. Right? That's much cited, and we mean it. Right? In Django, we have a similar thing. We say that Django is first and foremost it's a community, and then it's an ecosystem, and it's only finally a framework. Right? So the Django bit in Django is the least of it. Really is. It's the friendships we make. It's the relationships we build. They're the point of it. That's why we turn up every time. Okay? And that community is built on the individual efforts that we each put into it, be that code, be that organizing a conference here like this, or a local meetup, or answering questions on the forum, or whatever. But the community is much more than just those efforts. The community is a shared resource. It's a commons. It's a commons. It truly is. And in the modern world, I think that is a wonderful thing. And you get to be a part of it. Right? So should I contribute to open source, Carlton? Heck yes! Sorry, that energy drink just kicks in. Right? So open source. Well, so is it all roses? Well, I have to say heck no. Open source skews overwhelmingly white, male, and English speaking. The bottom line is that contributing to open source is a privilege that only a few can afford. We like to think of it as a meritocracy. You do the time. You do the hard work, yards working on your project. You get the rewards. Well, meritocracy, my arse, pardon. What's really going on is that pre-existing economic relations are being reinforced by you leveraging the inequality of opportunity that those economic relations provide. In English, how come that you are able to spend time building your open source profile rather than having to work 3 jobs trying to meet the basic subsistence cost of living for you and your family? The analogy outside of open source is with unpaid internships in the corporate world. The summer office job that leads to the real world offer when you're leaving school. Well, who gets those internships? Well, it's the children of middle-class professional families who can afford to support their young whilst they climb the lower rungs of the very same ladder that they themselves were once supported up. I stand here saying, yay, do open source, but knowing that in the same breath that it supports the very social status quo that I cannot in good faith condone. So open source, is it all roses? Heck no. A warning. Being an open source maintainer puts your physical and mental health at risk. Maybe you rile a little bit when I talk about economic privilege. Maybe that doesn't feel fair. You've got a full-time job to pay. You've got a family to support. You've got a mortgage to pay. On top of all of that, you're squeezing out time in the evenings and on the weekends to work on your project. Your sacrifice, it's real. Yeah, it's a real sacrifice, sure. On top of that, you've got demanding users turning up and abusing you on your repo. Because you've got some issue in their, sorry, not you, they've got some issue in their project and apparently that's your fault. Right? And there's a serious bug in the latest version that needs a new release on PyPI ASAP. And you haven't been able to get a decent session on your feature branch in months. And people keep asking you in the discussion group about when that's going to be out. Right? All of it. Burnout is real. And the stress, with the stress of all of it, that's no wonder. Django used to be called, in humor, the meat grinder. Right? It would take new contributors and it would just chew them up over the course of a year or so. We need some new meat for the meat grinder. This was a real comment in the Django community. The problem is we have bad expectations. We treat people as people treat open source maintainers like they're being paid. More than that, they treat open source maintainers like they're paying them, right? Instead of just taking their labor for free. I need a new release. I need this feature added. I need this bug fixed now. Right? It never ends. Then maintainers themselves, they come to identify as maintainers. Hey, I maintain Django. Right? But if I maintain Django, that means I'm expected to show up, and I'm expected to do so even if that's the very last thing that I should, in the whole world, that I should be doing right now. Okay? When I began in open source, I watched as heroes of mine in the Django community struggled with this problem to various degrees of full meltdown. Right? We have bad expectations. And this was the cause of the creation of the Django Fellowship Program. This is where the DSF, the Django Software Foundation, it contracts fellows to do the day-to-day work on the framework. They handle ticket triage, pull request review, releases, security patches, so on. It's the kind of thing that on a project the size of Django's, it just wouldn't happen. Okay? The current fellows are Mariusz Feliciak and Natalia Bidar. I've just finished 5 years as a fellow, and I believe that the fellowship program is the reason for Django's continuing success and continuing viability. The work is still work, right? But it's not, because it's your job, not on top of the job, it's sustainable. And then the idea, hopefully, is it leaves volunteer contributors, community contributors to do exciting things like working on the actual code. Paolo, we had an email conversation. You said I had 45 minutes. Django is 18 years old this summer, right? Despite that, we have new versions every 8 months. Every time I'm blown away with the new features. We have security releases, the LTS version, an API stability project, all of it. And all of it's made possible by the Django Fellowship Program. Python now has a developer in residence. Well, they're going to have two. They're hiring for a security role. That was directly inspired by the Django Fellowship Program. A few other projects are doing similar. Wagtail has paid contributors. Django CMS has a fellow role, and so on. Right? It's clearly the way forward. But it's only a few projects, and I can't say in good faith that it's a solved problem. Right? So, open source, is it all roses? Heck no. Right? And then, well, the megacorps, they don't pay a dime. Django's ORM supports PostgreSQL, MySQL, MariaDB, SQLite, Oracle out of the box. Oracle is the hardest to support. It's always extra work to support a new feature. There's always weird edge cases that need special care. It's hard to get going with locally. It's a pain to run in CI. All of it. You get the idea. But according to the Django user survey for the last few years, Oracle is used by just 2% of the Django user base. Right? So supporting Oracle is all that extra work for, say, less than 20 people out of everybody attending this entire conference. Okay? Oracle Corp had revenues of 12.4 billion US dollars in the last fiscal quarter. Okay? Oracle Corp's contributions to the Django Software Foundations. Guesses, anyone? That's right, big fat zero. Now, it's not that we haven't asked. It's not that we haven't had the conversation, but crickets, nothing. I don't want to pick on Oracle, though. Microsoft's big database is SQL Server, and their big push is for the Azure version of that. That's what they'd like you to buy. But for Django, there's a third-party backend for SQL Server. But the kind of enterprise clients that MS sells to, they have security compliance processes. So you get Django approved with its security policies and its regular security releases and all the rest, but then you have to get the same approval for the extra dependency that's maintained by, well, who exactly? You know. What you want is just to be able to tweak your databases setting and have SQL Server just work. So what you want is for it to be part of Django Core. Now, who's going to bring that server backend up, the SQL Server backend up to scratch? Who's going to maintain it? Who's going to do the extra work every time we add a new feature? All the rest of it. We don't really have answers here. So there's no real prospect of SQL Server support being merged into Django Core anytime soon, as much as that would be really cool to have. Like, you know, we could support SQL Server in Django, great. Right? Last fiscal quarter, Microsoft had revenues of 52.9 billion US dollars. Microsoft contribution to the Django Software Foundation, anyone? Guesses? That's right, big fat zero. And again, it's not that we haven't had the conversation. It's not that we haven't asked. But again, cricket. Django doesn't need $1 billion. Half the cost of a single engineer annually. The cost of a single license to run a database on a single server would make a massive difference to Django, right? But that money is not possible to get. The teams are good people. They get it, I think. You know, when you speak to them, they understand. But they don't to in their budgets to make contributions, and it doesn't fit anywhere. It's not marketing. It's not engineering. And you simply can't get to someone who could make the decision to fund Django, right? You just simply could. Oh, but yeah, Python raised money. Well, yes, Python did raise money. Headline deals with Microsoft, Facebook, Meta, Google, those are great things, right? You can get sponsorships. Django is funded that way. But serious work goes into Python's fundraising efforts. The PSF is massive, and it's clear that we can't duplicate that at scale, right? And it's a drop in the ocean. Facebook Meta's $300,000 US funding for the Python's Developer in Residence project is awesome. Well done, Meta. But one suspects that there aren't too many more like that coming. Right? That's all you're getting. Well, in contrast, Facebook Meta had revenue of $28.64 billion US last fiscal quarter. 300,000. No. Open source is a commons. There are externalities in place such that the level of available money will always be much lower than the level that would be socially optimal. And short of the revolution, we're not going to change that anytime soon. Okay? A few projects, well, they'll do okay. Not great, but okay. The rest will survive on crumbs. So open source, is it all roses? Heck no. There's a vicious circle in the whole model of open source development. It requires volunteer effort that excludes all but the already economically privileged. That effort is parasitic on the people who give it, and it's not good for us. And the entities that profit most from the effort free ride on the common good without contributing their due. I think it's important to recognise that there are deep-seated problems without even a theoretical cure. We're looking at a classic market failure. Sometimes those can be addressed with taxation. For carbon emissions, well, maybe we could have a carbon tax, and that would change it. But democratic capitalism finds it very hard to organise against the profit centres of its major industries. Even with the threat of the climate crisis, it seems that we're unable to get, a carbon tax going. We can't do it. It's not going to do anything about the extractive nature of open source. It's just not. Okay? So these are problems that we have to live with. There's no magic wand that's going to make them disappear. But I still believe in open source. We're not going to solve the structural problems. They're like constraints that we have to work with. But my hope is that they can be mitigated. So, what to do? It says 19 minutes here. I think I've got another 25. I'm going to give you 3 strategies that I think, even in our imperfect world, make open source sustainable in the widest sense. It's not just that you can keep it going, but within the bounds of what's feasible, you're consistently doing good. Like you're making the world a better place. Okay? I believe in open source, remember. So should you do open source? Heck yes! These strategies are nested, right? You do the first one, then you do the second one, then you do the third one. When I was a teenager, there was a film, The Mask of Zorro. Anthony Hopkins, Antonio Banderas, Catherine Zeta-Jones. The old Zorro, Anthony Hopkins, he had to train the young hero, Antonio Banderas, to be worthy of wearing the mask of the legendary Zorro, right? So that he could save the people from Don Diego de la Vega, the corrupt Spanish governor. Well, Hopkins had this cave with circles on the floor, and Banderas was only allowed in the middle circle until he'd mastered that, and then he was allowed to the next circle out, and only at the end was he allowed into the final ring when he could get the mask of Zorro. Well, okay, it's like that, right? Okay, so strategy 1, look after yourself, right? You have to put your own gas mask on first. Burnout is real, remember. So think about your health. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint here. And if you don't look after yourself, you're just not going to make it. Do you watch what you eat? Do you exercise? Do you get enough sleep? Do you look after your emotional well-being? These are the basics, right? You already know what you need to do here, but it's really easy to neglect them. Then limit the time that you give to open source. Correct the expectations, at least for yourself, right? You're busy. You don't have a lot of time for open source. Well, that's okay. If it's 1 hour a week, and maybe you check the odd notification when you're waiting at the bus stop, if that's all it is, then so be it. That hour adds up over time. But if you're going to keep at it over time, it needs to be sustainable. So set that limit. I do an hour on a Tuesday, and that's it, right? And then stick to it. If there's an issue that needs fixing, that's not your problem. It will wait. That's enough. If it helps, those who are actively involved in open source, they know this. You get pressure from random users on GitHub. I can't change that. After years, I don't know the solution to that. You'll maybe give yourself pressure, which is exactly what setting the limit is meant to resolve. But you will essentially never get pressure from other maintainers. As I say, they know. Okay? Then take an amnesty. So there's this lovely website, volunteeramnestyday.net. Go check it out. Every solstice, take an inventory of your volunteer responsibilities, and you know what, if it's too much, just drop some. And on Amnesty Day, you can say, do you know what, I give this up. And that's okay too. So take care of yourself. Then look after your code. Do the basics. Do testing, CI, Black, Flake 8, IPy, or this new one that does all of that. You don't need all that, right? You've only got limited time. You can't be burning out fighting bit rot because your dependencies are out of date. Keep on top of it. Do it right, right? And then, assuming you're doing the basics, say no to new features. No, I mean it. Just say no. Just say no. So from Britain. Who's from Britain? Let's say no. Who's from Britain of my age group? Because obviously, if you're much younger, that won't mean anything. Codes that gets too complex is no fun to maintain. So can we add a hook? It's dry. But then there's hooks all over the place and you can't read your code. No, let's not add that hook. Code that gets too complex is no fun to use. Oh, can we just add another keyword arg? Well, 1% of users might want this keyword arg, but the other 99% have to read it in the docs, understand what it's for, and decide that it's not relevant to. Don't put it in. Keep your code simple. Code that no one's using is no fun to maintain. A user reports an issue, asks for a new feature, demands a new feature. You add it, but no one's using it. Not even the original reporter, because they're not using your project anymore. They disappeared, but you're stuck maintaining it. Code that you don't use is no fun to maintain, so don't add it. I mean it. Seriously, every issue, the default responses won't fix. If you can prove to me otherwise, well, fine, but the default responses won't fix. As a reporter, bear that in mind. Open source maintainers are going to close your issue as won't fix unless you can nicely persuade them otherwise. Then, third strategy, look after your community. Okay? Remember, you are not in it alone, or at least you shouldn't be. Right? You have to be willing to accept help. Remember at the beginning that we said that open source was an opportunity to give back. Well, how does it feel to a new contributor if we reject that? If you prepare a gift for someone, you wrap it, you present it, and then they say, no, I don't want it. How does that make you feel? How likely are you to try again? Okay? So if we want to build a community, we have to accept that help when it's offered. We have to accept the gifts that are given. But as maintainers, we're not very good at that. We have to learn to let go. Your project is your baby. I get it. It's your thing, right? But zoom out, I don't know, a decade. Are you still going to be triaging every ticket? Are you still going to be merging every PR? Are you still going to be doing every new release? It's worth thinking for your project, what does the long haul look like for me? Maybe it reaches end of life and you consciously wind it down and you retire it, and that's one thing, that's okay. Or do you just kind of leave it, you walk away, and there's this small little cognitive burn at the back of your mind as the issues build up over time, the unanswered issues. Is this project dead? No answer. Maybe someone picks it up. Maybe someone forks it, most likely not. Or are you able to hand your project on because it wasn't just you? Were you able to let go? So accept help, right? But if you're going to accept help, you better have a list of things that people can do. Okay? This is something we're constantly battling with on Django. The contributor guide says to go and look for tickets that are marked easy pickings. Right? But on Django, there are about 940 open accepted tickets, of which exactly 7 are marked easy pickings. Okay? It's not a good place to start. It doesn't help people get off the ground. But Django's a mature project. There are no low-hanging fruit anymore, or so it goes. But that's just rubbish, right? Correct. There are very few nothing fixes, like really easy ones. Those get swept up almost instantly, right? But of those 940 open accepted tickets, the very few of them are rocket science either. Right? There are some that are truly hard. Right? But the vast majority are no more difficult than the problems that you're all solving in your work every single day already. Yes, they need a bit of time. Yes, they need a bit of love. That's why they haven't yet been resolved. But they're not insoluble. On Django, I think we could do a much better job sometimes, a lot of the times, at guiding people to those issues. Oh, I can't find anything for people to do, especially for beginners. Well, what about all those basic code tasks we talked about? If you're maintaining a Django package, updating the CI for each new version is an ongoing maintenance. And sure, you can do this yourself. No problem, it's really easy. Or you could write up the process of doing that, and you could allow a new contributor to do it. And they learn quite a lot in that process. If you're in so doing, you create an opportunity to contribute, rather than closing it down. You create an opportunity for someone else to give back. Okay? What about the hidden work that you do? There's a whole load of things you do as a maintainer that you don't even think about. Can you identify those, and in identifying them, create a to-do list that volunteers can look at? Right? Is answering questions on the forum or social media, is that contributing? Is organising a conference like PyCon or DjangoCon, is that contributing? What about serving on the DSF board or a code of conduct team or a local meetup organising team? Is that contributing? What about doing translations? Is that contributing? What about testing on the upcoming versions of C Python so that you're ready for any breaking changes and you can feedback there? Is that contributing? Is that contributing to Python? Right? What about trying to go through the old tickets and seeing if any of them can be closed? Is that contributing? The point is that it's all contributing. Right? And saying that you can't find anything for new contributors, well, I just think that's showing a little bit of a lack of imagination. You can do it. Have things for people to do. right? And then this is the black belt bit. This is the final, the ring. This is where you get your mask of Zorro, right? Be an enabler. No, see, you say it's time out. I still think I've got quite a long way, but I haven't got much left to do. There are no general rules here. I'm just going to put up a quote by William Blake. You can read it. He who would do good to another must do it in minute particulars. I just love that. The idea is that we don't make changes with high theories and grand statements, but with minute particulars, specific, concrete changes to the world. Right? It's perfect for programmers, because if you ask, oh, how do I do good? Well, the answer is, it depends. Black belt, be an enabler. Right? So there's no general policy, but here are some ideas that we try in Django, and maybe they'll inspire you. We try and put breadcrumbs on issues and forum threads, forum questions. I could make, so an issue comes in or a question comes in, I can make the PR myself, right? Or I can try and give a good answer that leaves just enough information for the contributor to make progress, right? One way, I'm shutting down their contribution. The other way, I'm enabling it. Now, it takes labor to do this, right? It's effort to write that good response. And it doesn't always pay off, but it's an investment in the community. Simon Charette, who's one of the main contributors to the ORM on Django, he's just amazing at this. He's a real inspiration. He always, you give links to the right bit of code and how he might change, and it's just like, wow. At DjangoCon Sprints, I've run a Getting Started to Contributing Django workshop several times now. You've got a couple of hours, and the idea is that folks get a taste of getting hold of an issue on Django and becoming essentially the world expert on that issue. And then seeing that, oh yes, actually, they do have something to offer for it. Contributing to Django, it's scary, right? How could I possibly have anything to offer? But getting that taste, seeing that actually, oh yeah, I can understand this, that gets people over that first hump. Okay? In the workshop theme, the Django Girls Org runs workshops globally to give women their first taste of Django. It's the same thing, right? That's not about contributing directly, but it's the same thing. It's about widening the net of participation, about widening access. At the last DjangoCon Europe, Kojo Arisa put forward a notion of a contributor mentor who specifically plays this role of enabling new contributors to push them forwards. Maybe you're focused on the code in your project. Maybe you don't have too much time to help new contributors or not help them as much as you can. But maybe there's somebody in your community who could act as a contributor mentor to help people along, to help bridge that gap. Right? And then in Django, we're talking about opportunity grants. The economic relationships that I was talking about earlier are real. Open source skews overwhelmingly white, male, and English speaking, directly because of that. Right? If we're going to address that, then we need to mitigate those factors. Otherwise, nothing is ever going to change. Right? The exact details are still in the air. It's still discussion exactly what we're going to do. But who knows where it's going to go? Right? We're thinking it's the way forward. FDR in the days of the New Deal had this idea of priming the pump to get the economy going. It's the same here. If we can get people to the point where they have those initial contributions on their CV, then they can stand out from the crowd for the hiring manager. They can get the developer role. They can reap the economic dividend of that, and then they can pay it forward in their turn. Now, those are just some ideas, right? Breadcrumbs, workshops, mentorings, opportunity grants. However you do it, being an enabler in your community is how you help widen the net of opportunity in open source. Who knows what barrier it is that stops someone contributing? Each time that you lower that barrier for them, you're making it more accessible. It can be that action that you take that enables them to continue. Right? Now, you don't have to do it all. Am I always enabling? No, I'm not. Have I always got something for people to do? No, I don't. Am I always even open to contributions? Well, no, but I'm not, right? But it's something that I aim at. It's something to aspire to, and better than that, it gives me a recipe for ways I can try to make my projects more accessible. Just by thinking about it, it's like, ah, yes, I need to do this. So, in summary, you'll be glad to hear, Paolo, your community gives your project superpowers. What happens when the day-to-day means that you need to step back from your project for a bit? Well, if you've got a community, your project carries on. Right? What happens when your project gets popular and the new issues reports skyrocket? Well, if you've got a community, your project carries on. What happens when life changes mean it's time for you to move on from this project totally? Well, if you've got a community, your project carries on. Remember, Django is 18 years old this summer. Right? It's old enough to buy a beer. It's old enough to vote. Right? Django didn't get there because its original contributors kept going and going and going. Far from it. Django is on probably its 4th or even 5th cohort or generation of active maintainers now. Okay? That transition is only possible because of a continual effort in building, enabling and reinforcing the community over time. What's so wonderful, it's not that, oh, so-and-so over here did it, or so-and-so over there did it. But rather it's the result of an emergent effort over years by the community itself. Right? That's magical in this world we live in. So that's it. Open source rocks, despite the problems. Heck yes, you should do it. But look after yourself, look after your code, look after your community. That's it. I hope you... I hope you've enjoyed the talk. I hope it maybe seeds some ideas on making sure that you're okay and making sure that your projects are more accessible. I'm around for the rest of the conference and, happy to talk if you'd like to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If you have some question on Slido, we have 5 minutes to question, if you want to ask. Okay. But before question and things to do, we have to take a picture together.
Oh, yeah, come on. Right?
Okay, say hi. Perfect. So, question. You can also enter in the Slido app or in the link if you saw at the beginning. I'm checking.
Going once, going twice.
So, no question.
Okay, fine, perfect.
Okay, one question. Okay.
Okay, in English. Okay, my question would be, so you say it's all about white male talking English. I think also here in Italy, people, when they want to contribute, they talk in English, they write in English, but there's some effort. So do you think there's some way to change this? We know that the Francophone people, probably they talk in French on GitHub, for example, yeah. But it's difficult for others to contribute. So how do we solve this?
That's a great question. I've got mine, it's fine. That's a great question, Peter. I don't know the solution. It's like, how do we solve the funding problem? I don't know. I don't think we can. There's a massive domination of the English language in programming technical literature, in programming everything. When I was a junior, it was all very much smart and gets things done. It wasn't the same world it is now. But it was like, just learn English. Like, what are you talking about? Just learn English, doing it. But what an amazing barrier that is. I'd like to contribute to open source. Well, learn a second language first. Like, that's too hard. So what can I do? Well, I speak Spanish, so if someone comes on the forum, on the repo, and says something in Spanish, I can answer. Right? That's one thing you can do. You can try and make it easier. In Django, we have the docs translated into various languages. Paolo was fundamental in organizing the docs being translated into Italian, last year's sprints, I think. So, that's a good thing. But that's a massive amount of work, but it's work that's worth doing, I believe. Right? Is because you don't have to get rid of the barrier totally, but if you can just lower it so that the person can actually get their fingers on top of it and go, you've done enough. You've changed the world for better. You've done a minute particular. That's all I can offer them. There's no holy grail. Thank you.
So, another question?
Don't you think that you are a bit biased, polarized when talking about open source? Because open source is a big topic, and honestly, I have worked from big companies with 10 years, and I have a different opinion and experience also. And the question is, do you know how much it costs for a big corporation to contribute with patches? What's behind contributing a patch? Because it's not like you commit and it's done. Before going there, there's a lot and a lot of costs.
Yes, I'm absolutely biased. Absolutely, no problem with that. I see record corporate profits and I see very little. Those barriers are real within companies. So I've spoken to teams at Microsoft about can they fund Django. I've spoken to people at Oracle about can they fund Django. And the people in the teams, they're good people and they want to do the right thing. But the corporate structures are set up such that there's just no way. And it's a real problem. I believe it's a structural problem. And that's why I believe we won't fix it short of the revolution, essentially. Like, it's a constraint we have to work within, rather than expecting some utopia where corporations fund open source with, with money trees everywhere. That's not going to happen. Yes, I'm biased. Yes, my experience is different to your experience. I understand that. I understand that corporations, can I get approval to even submit this patch, right? Like, can I get time in the engineering budget to work on it? I wish companies would do more. I applaud companies that do more. I understand why they don't do more. Yeah. I agree. Yes, I'm biased. Absolutely.
We have a question from Slido. What do you suggest to start first in engaging people for a small community?
Just being friendly is the main of it. Like, so you come to a conference and you're there and it's really awkward and it's, oh, can I go up and talk to people? It's every time. We're programmers. We like to sit at our desk alone, and remote working is the best thing that ever happened to us because it means we don't have to go to the office, right? It's not just you, it's everybody. And so to come to a conference and make sure you do the Pac-Man rule and be open. And so I was standing and they weren't Pac-Manning, but they saw me and they went, yeah, do you want to join in? And they opened up. Like, that's for a small community, being welcome. You know, maybe you start a meetup in your town, it's just you. You go to a bar and you say, oh, I'm going to be here doing Python, and maybe one person turns up, they're really nervous. You just sit and have a coffee with them, now it's suddenly 2. Right? And then someone else comes along a month later, and then there's suddenly 3 of you, and then all of a sudden it's, oh, there's that meetup in that coffee. Again, minute particulars. There's no general rule, but it's like, make a small concrete change in the world each time. And those add up, and those are real. There's no recipe, but yes, that.
Thank you. Other question? Can you come here?
Just wanted to ask you if you have ever tried to interest universities to have kids contribute to the...
Good question, no. I haven't. Before settling on programming, I nearly pursued a career in academia and was mentally scarred for life from such, and so haven't been near a university in 20 years. Yeah, I mean, universities are a good... they're a good place because you've got computer science departments, you've got it, and if you can engage with those with your local university, there's a chance that you can, you know, those people will come to your meetup or those people will form a part of your community. We had somebody email the DSF from their university. They wanted to do some, did we have any learning materials for Django? And we had to say, no, we don't. We don't have, but like, have some learning material for your open source project that you can point people to and say, hey, this is a thing you can do. The workshop that I've been running at the sprints, I want to turn that into a freestanding resource eventually, you know, time and limited power, but so that that can be like, people could download it, they could follow themselves, they could run the workshop themselves. And whether or not they do, it's the possibility that somebody picks that up and runs with it that maybe brings them into the community. It's the same thing here, but no, I haven't really engaged with universities on Hub.
So, before you... Please use Slido to ask questions for the next talk. Thank you.
So, do you have any advice for dealing with the typical father of the baby and having the conversation about how to make the community more inclusive? Like, how did you turn into what you are today?
I don't know quite who I am today, but so the maintainer who doesn't want to let go kind of thing. Yes. I think that's why the slide about asking what the long haul looks like for your project. So do the mental exercise. Well, okay, 10 years. Are you still holding on to this project all by yourself, refusing any assistance? Are you still closing new PRs and rewriting them yourself and saying, no, I've done it in this one rather than your one? Are you still being that sort of aggressive to people? Are you still rejecting those gifts a decade from now, 20 years from now? And if people aren't open to the realization that they can't do it all by themselves, then you can't force it. There are other projects where they're desperate for help and they're desperate for a community that you can engage with more easily than trying to sell meteors to a dinosaur. Right? Yeah, no, it's a good question.
So thank you, everyone. Unfortunately, we have finished the time for question. I will remind you to go on Slido to ask question. Also for the session this afternoon with Samantha Cristoforetti, you can put question in advance so she can answer. And thank you. Enjoy the next of the conference. And now we have the coffee break. So enjoy.
We have some seat available over there and on the first line. Over there also as well. Yeah, I think we can start. So say hello to the speakers. Alessandro is going to talk about unit tests for machine learning and pipelines. The slide link is available on the website. So go to the streaming page and there is the link in the room Lasagna. Otherwise, bit.ly/PyCon wrong link. bit.link/python23. Thank you. So.
Thanks. So before starting, so this talk is supposed to be very basic. So you know, if you know what unit tests are, I'm sorry to bore you for half an hour. Let's go quickly through the summary. So I'm going to make a brief introduction about data science in general and why we need the unit test for that. I'm going to explain what is the use case that I use to explain all the examples in this presentation. Then I'm going to go through some specific implementation of tests that I made, and then we'll end this talk. So let's start. For those of you who don't know how the data science workflow goes, it's typically a cycle process, right? So we start with our data exploration pre-process. We move forward to we build features for our model. We select our model. In general, you do, I don't know, hyperparameter optimization, whatever. You move to the actual training of the model. And then you have the serving. So you have a model, you need to use the outputs somehow, so you need to provide these outputs in some way. There is the actual output, then it needs to be served by someone. I don't know, you make a score, so this score will be used by someone. In general, the user will give you feedback somehow, and you will use this feedback to kind of improve your model, right? So this is an iterative process. How that usually goes is that you run your code on Jupyter somehow, and then there is a big wall, and on the other side of the wall there is the operation world with, I don't know, 100,000 different tools, whatever. And what often happens is that you take your notebook, you flip it on the other side of the wall, and things break usually. That doesn't usually go well very often. So what you can do is instead, you can package your machine learning pipeline into a Python module. And what operation does is treat your machine learning pipeline as software. Because operation runs software. If it's tested and it should not break, it should run smoothly, right? So that is why testing also data science code is relevant. But in general, data scientists don't do that. So I know very few data scientists who know how to write a unit test. So first of all, what is a unit test? It's typically like, let's take my beautiful function, very complicated logic. My unit test is basically a function that checks that my piece of code does exactly what I expect in specific logic. So I don't know where I will use this function. I just need to make sure that my function makes exactly x plus 1. So I can write my logic. So I expect that when I calculate it on a number, the output is actually the number plus 1. So if I write my test, if I write it on 10, it should give me 11. If I execute it on 1.5, it should give me 2.5. But no one is assuring me that I can pass it a string. So I don't know how this function will be used. In principle, I can give it a string. Python allows me to do that. What happens in general is that when you write these tests, somehow you're forced to rethink your logic. So you need to go back to your code, and okay, I need to handle my code in a way that it doesn't break even if I pass a string, right? So this is an example. I make a check So if my x is actually a number, I can do the +1. Otherwise, I say it's not a number. In this way, all my tests actually work. So this is a way to make sure that your code is right, is written in the correct way, and execute exactly what you expect. To make examples on how can you do this for data science work, I made a use case. I took an everyday problem. So, like, is my Pokemon a legendary Pokemon? I don't know if you're aware, but there are some Pokemons that are called legendary. So I took a Kaggle dataset, and I used that dataset to build a binary classifier. Okay, so it gives me 1 if my Pokemon is legendary and 0 if it's not. So what I did was I built an end-to-end pipeline. So I did all the steps of the machine learning workflow. So I did the pre-processing, the feature engineering, the training, and the serving. And I wrote all the unit tests for it. So how did I do this? How did I design this pipeline? I divided it in 4 steps. So first step is just the pre-processing. So I load my CSVs, I clean the data, and I store, and I do some quality checks, and I store clean CSVs. Then I move forward to the feature engineering. So I load my data again. I do my engineering. I do, I don't know, one-hot encoding to transform categorical to 1 and 0s, and so on. I move again to the training and tuning phase. So I do hyperparameter optimization on a classifier. I fit the model, and I store the model. Then I move to the prediction phase. That is, I load the model again. I use it to make predictions on new data, and I store my predictions, right? So this is a simplistic example of preprocessing, feature engineering, train, prediction. In real world, probably you don't do it on CSVs, but this is just an example. Again, I started on notebooks in the sense that this is how we work as data scientists. So I wrote my notebook with all my code and functions and so on. So what I did was taking this notebook and transform it into a Python module. So there are some tricks that I learned, well, tricks, it's not like suggestions, right? So how to write your notebook efficiently so that it's not too complicated to transform it into modules. So I usually define a macro type of function. So if you think about it, like all your pre-processing and feature engineering and so on, is basically a series of steps where you take usually a data frame and give back a data frame, right? So I don't know, you filter, you do a group by, whatever. So if you define macro type of functions, so all my pandas transformations, for example, they can be a class of functions that you execute all in the same way. If you do that, it's easier to test them because you can write a single test for all of them. In general, I suggest to keep function contained. So it's better to define like 5 functions. Each one of them does a single step, only that one, and not like a huge function that does everything. And I tend to like limit the number of arguments, but that's good in general. And you need to define error and exception. So maybe when you develop a model on a notebook, you don't care. So if a piece of code doesn't run, you like make the change on the fly and you rerun the block. But in production, that's not possible. So you need to make sure that, okay, if I have an error, what do I do with it? So I don't want to start like a fight about this, but like this is my opinion. I don't like classes for many reasons. Sometimes I see like classes that are implemented with only static methods, and that's not really a class, right? So that's like, it's a way to import a lot of functions in one line. I prefer functions because they are easier to test, first of all. And second, like, if there is no meaning for a class, just don't write it, just write functions. In general, a test is structured, right? So there are 3 main steps for me in a test. That is, the first is the setup. So if your function needs to load data from a folder, right, you need to have that data. And it might be that the testing environment doesn't have the data, so you have to set it up yourself. So you need to set up, I don't know, eventual data, mocks for remote APIs, etc. After this, there is the execution phase. So you should just run your function and get the output, right? You should not modify your function and pass like, okay, I pass an argument that says, okay, I'm executing a test or not. You should execute it as is. And then there is a check phase, right? So how do you make sure that your output is actually what you were expecting? So you need to define logic on how to check your output. So I'm going to start with some examples. So as I said, pre-processing and feature engineering is very often just data frame transformation, right? So from my example, I took this function, right? It just like takes a data frame and a column and takes the mean of that column and gives it back and fills the none with the mean. That's what it does. It doesn't do anything else. This is the function structure, right? So it takes a data frame, in this case another argument, and gives back a data frame. So you can concatenate with the pipe command in pandas all these steps for your transformation, right? So if I write all my steps of the pre-processing and feature engineering like this, I can test them all in the same way. For example, here I defined a decorator that for me handles my logic. So I decided that all my errors, if I get an error, I give back a none, full stop. I don't want to do anything else, okay? This standardizes the way I treat my errors and makes it easier for me to test it out. So what do I do with this? How do I test this function, right? So I'm going to use the PyTest mark parameterize. So if you don't know that, it's a decorator that allows me to pass a list of scenarios to the test. If my transformation is a action on a data frame, my scenarios are basically like, okay, if I pass this data frame, it should give me that data frame. If I pass this data frame, it should fail, for example, right? So this allows me to basically parameterize my test and test it out on all the scenarios that I want. The body of the test is just a function. And why is that? It's because I can basically test all these transformations in the same way. What is this compare data frame transformation? Is nothing more than I take my function, right? I get the output, and I try to do the following. I check if my data frame is what I expect from my expected output, and otherwise I check that it's none, okay? So this is really basic, but if all my transformations are like this, are structured in the same way, I can simplify my testing. And I always know, okay, if something goes wrong, it makes it simpler for me to write the test, right? If something goes wrong, I just need to specify that the expected output is none, okay? But this allows me to basically write a single function for testing, that is this one, and use it on basically half of my pipeline, that is data transformation, okay? So again, it's divided in these three parts, and it's always going to be like this. What if instead of having a single function that does an operation on a data frame, I have a function that does multiple steps? So in my example, I have a pre-process phase where I load data, I do some quality checks, I clean the data on a data frame, and I store it. This is not something that I can test easily in one go, right? So what do I do is the following. I divide my code in blocks, where like, for example, let's look at this. This is the main pre-processing function. The first step is I check my parameters if they're okay. If they're not okay, I end my function. I load my CSVs. If they're not okay, I end my function. And again, I do the quality checks. If they're not okay, I end. So if I structure my function always in the same way, and I handle all my error in the same way, it's easier for me to check, okay, where is my logic failing? Where is my logic ending? So if I give correct parameters, like my directory is okay, I go on. But if I don't have data in my directory, it should fail. So this allows me to basically specify all the points where I expect the function to end, and allows me to specify all the scenarios. So how do I test that? It's a little bit more complicated than before. There is basically a setup phase. So my preprocessing expects to find data somewhere. I need to provide it to the test. This means that if I want to run it on specific data for the test, I need to create it specifically for that test. So what do I do is, I have a setup phase where I create a mock directory using the temp factory that is provided by PyTest. So I'm not inventing anything, right? So I get my directory, I create a fake directory for the test that will be deleted afterwards. What I do is I save inside the fake directory fake data for my test. Then I execute my function as is. I'm not changing the logic of my function. I'm just providing as an input the fake directory of the test. So my logic will run on the fake data that I created. Once I'm done, I'm going to go and do my checks. Since my function doesn't give an output, my function gives me a string as an output, but the real logic is that it saved the data in the directory. I need to load it again and check it, right? What is the macro type of function here is saving and loading data inside the directory. So what I do is, if I structure my storing of the data, so when I save a CSV in my directory, I do it always in the same way. I can write a function for it and use it every time I need to check that my output in the folder is okay. So what do I do there is basically load the saved datasets from my folder, and then check. Okay, I decided to structure my function in this way. So I load files as a dictionary where the key is the file name and the value is the data frame. I created a logic that checks dictionaries of data frames. So key by key checks that the data frames are the same. But this is done. So I wrote it once for all my tests where I will have to deal with loading and saving data from my folder. Then there is a training part, my last example of this part. What do we do when we have to train a model? So we're not talking about data frames anymore. We're talking about, in this case, a scikit-learn model, right? So how do I check that I actually trained the model? So this is my function that fit the scikit-learn class. Okay, so it takes x and y, so I can do the fit, and it takes the hyperparameters, okay, that I need to pass to my logistic regression class in this case. So my function here is extremely tight to the logic that I need to implement. So the hyperparameters, it doesn't matter how I create it. I actually created via tuning. So I picked out of hyperspace what I thought it was best, okay? But the idea is that this function is tied to the fit command. So it does only that and gives me back the fitted classifier. If you do this always in this way, it should be easier for you to test it out. The question is, how do you test the classifier? So there are multiple ways that you can test that you have the correct class. I was kind of lazy, and I went for the easy one, in the sense that I decided not to check the actual class, so I just checked that, for example, that my model is an instance of logistic regression, and that I have the correct number of features that I passed and the correct names. So I know that whenever I will provide the data frame in the predict phase, it should work. At least it should give me some values out. I don't know if they're correct. And exactly as I did for data frames, I can use this logic every time I need to deal with classifiers or in this case, scikit-learn models. If you standardize the way that you treat classes, it makes it easier, it makes it faster. I can tell you, writing tests is not the funniest operation you can do during your workday. If you make it easier, I mean, you spend less time doing that, so that's good. I'm going to the conclusion. So I made very simple examples, right? So we had some scenarios, right? So we were talking about pandas. We were talking about looking at models, simple models scikit-learn. So we decided to look at the attributes of this model, and we were doing serving in a batch way. So we get like a CSV for that we need to make predictions for. We make predictions on that data frame and we save it, right? Reality is that you can have whatever. So you can do Spark, you can do operations on your remote database, you can do, you can call APIs. So the world is infinite here, right? So the idea is that in the same way that you test data frames, you can write your standardized logics to, I don't know, test, for example, when you do operations on a remote database, for example. So, for example, if you run Spark, you might not have a Spark cluster. You can run Spark on your laptop, right? So what do you need to execute Spark code is at least a Spark session, right? So if you use the data frame API, you can use a Spark session with, that's all you need, right? So in the setup phase, you need to create your Spark session. So what you do is you define a function that takes care of creating the Spark session for you, and you can give it to all your functions. I made an example here. So I have this filter for valid category function. It's a function that filters a Spark data frame. What I did was I created a fixture. I pass it to my test. So I use this local Spark session to execute my Spark code, and then I check the output. So it's the same logic. OK, it's a more complicated object than a pandas data frame, but I can structure it in the same way. So I talked a lot, and I showed some screenshots of the code. I made a GitHub repo. It's open. There you have the complete example. So you have all the steps implemented, and you have all the tests implemented. So you will be able to actually see how that runs on your machine. There is also the example for Spark, but it's commented out, so you will not install Spark on your laptop because it's 300 mega and like it might slow you down. It depends if you're using a hotspot or not. And that's it. I hope I was on time or went too long. OK.
Thank you very much, Fabio. I think I like your kind of pattern in the test. I never use actually a function in the parameterize thing, but just because I don't work with such a huge data. So there is the Slido link in the talk in the schedule. I don't think we have any question in the Slido. Let me check again. If you want to have a question, raise your hand. OK, I will bring the microphone to you.
Hi, Alessandro. Mateusz from Nike. Just wanted to ask you, since all you show to us is about testing a code itself. However, most of companies right now are moving into a cloud. And my question is, what is your best practice to unit test functionalities that we have on a cloud? Not our code itself, but the code together with functionalities that are on a cloud, like a services like endpoints or some hyper-optimization, which AWS, for example, giving us.
So if you talk about services, I think most likely you use like an API, I guess. I don't know if you're running your Python code and you probably connect. Let's make an example. You connect to a database somewhere, or you call an API. So your code should run independently of the service of the API. So in this case, you will have to create fake answers from your API. Like, I don't know, you want to extract at the beginning of your model, of your script, you get some data out of a database because you need some parameters to execute your training. I don't know, right? You can in your test, you will not call the service. You will have a fake answer that you can mock. So your code should run exactly the same. You can mock that part of code that you use for, that you call. And instead of making a call, your test will like give you back a JSON that you have stored locally, for example. This is how you make sure that your code works independently of the service. Because what you're testing there is not the connection to the service. What you're testing in a unit test is your code. So you just need to provide a fake answer, and that's it.
Okay, next question. When do you run your unit test?
Okay, so in an ideal world, you don't run it yourself. So you can run them during development. So when you're integrating a new feature, you run them locally to make sure that your new logic is not disrupting anything. But ideally, your codes should be like automated in a CI pipeline. We usually, for example, like you can run them prior a merge on GitHub, for example. So you accept only pull requests and merges that actually passes all the unit tests. So make sure that you're merging back on your master, whatever, something that is not breaking up the existing logic, right?
Okay, another question is, testing is a must when you have a strong project. It allows continued integration pipelines, but do you recommend it also when you try new models, frameworks?
So, yeah, that's a good question. The whole point of testing is making sure that your software doesn't break. And if you're running, I don't know, you have a project that is running and you have a pipeline that runs, I don't know, once a month, twice a day, whatever. In that case, I doubt that, so ideally you should not run that manually. So in that case, like it's good to have something tested and tested properly that you're sure that doesn't break. In the development phase, if you don't even know how your code is structured because you're experimenting, it doesn't make sense to write tests right away. What you can do is you can write your notebook, for example, using functions already. So you structure already your code that when you need to make it a module and write tests, you don't spend 2 months refactoring your own notebook because it was written like quickly.
Okay, next question. How do you construct data frames or data set for your transformation test? How to balance between realistic data versus easy to read test failures?
So there are several approaches. What I did in this example of the repo is building data frames directly in the test. So there is a function that builds the data frames for the test. Other options are, I know that some people have different approaches. For example, they log in the Git repo like samples of the actual data from the system where it should run. Some people have like remote locations, so they have test data sets, like let's say test CSVs that they can load and use it for testing, but they don't store it in the repo. They use like DVC. I don't know if you know the tool. They use DVC to pull the data for the test prior to the test execution. So you have like, you pull from, I don't know, a bucket somewhere, bunch of CSVs, one per test. So you load the CSVs for the test.
Okay, I think we have a little bit of time for a last question. Do you practice test-driven development?
That's a good question. I would like to. very often you do the POC with notebooks and then you write your tests afterwards. What I try to do is write my notebooks in a way that I structure already my functions so that I know that that type of function is easy to test. That's, if you call that test-driven, I don't know. I don't think so it's test-driven, but like let's say like that.
Okay, I think we end up the time. There are a couple of questions left that you can ask in person to Alessandro. So thank you. Okay. If you didn't already check, go to the schedule and this the talk Intelligent Documents Management System to check the Slido link. So send the questions. I think we are about to start. Yeah, take a seat. And it's with great pleasure to announce Nicola Donatelli with Intelligent Document Management System talk. Good luck.
Okay, thank you, Esther. Thank you all. Okay, I'm going to talk now about the Intelligent Document Management product. We tried to build in the last year together with my teammates. I am the head of product strategy in Aramix, and this is one of the first complete products we set up, and we are now applying in real context. So it's been a very interesting journey. It's been, I mean, I'm technical myself, so I like a lot of the technicalities behind it, and I hope you like them too. So first of all, why IDM matters? I mean, the process of handling documents is costly, effort-intensive, and error-prone because traditionally the organization do it by hand. So basically, they have lots of people that read the documents, extract the information, do data entry on the data sets. Okay, sorry. And they, I mean, they make errors. They cannot check for example, completeness of the documents, and they cannot, for example, look for different kind of errors, for example, lack of some informations. So there are lots of our clients that need to automate this process to avoid people do jobs that do not have any real value except for data entry in the system. So from documents to structured data is what they actually want. So basically they want to extract and parse, I don't know, tax files or payments, and they want to extract only some kind of information from those files, verify the content, and insert it in their databases. So the ultimate goal is to reduce the job for the effort for the people who do that job, and to save money, obviously, and time. So the business needs are to reduce management costs, reduce errors, and the one I already mentioned. And what we can do for them is to automate the tasks, eliminate the human error, or at least reducing it, improve the output form in the sense that the output is already structured in the form that they want instead of needing, intermediate passages between the human reading and the final database. It also enables some automated monitoring, so for checking and things like that. And most importantly, the data is deleted from the system. So the system is secure from their point of view. So many of our clients do actually have serious concern about security because they are processing personal data potentially, and they need to guarantee the security, that the data are handled securely. So this is the solution we implemented in the last year, in the last few months. And now let's go to the technical and more interesting part. So first of all, I think that it's relevant to highlight the architecture we used because we work on the Google Cloud Platform, and we leverage different of their systems and their tools to achieve our goal. The architecture is actually indeed quite simple in the sense that we are using just a few tools from their side. We use the storage as a point of contact between their systems, their input docs, and our own analytics. We use Bitbucket because we have it in-house already, so we have a contract with them, but any kind of repository holder is fine. We automated the continuous integrations and deployment tasks using the cloud build inbuilt in Google, And we built a series of, actually it's a real pipeline of services built on, hosted on Cloud Run, on the Cloud Run service, which perform the various steps of our process. So the first one is a loader. You have to upload the files. Then you split the files in single page images. You identify the single pages according to the document type you have to check. So basically, I don't know, if you know that a file is composed by a document ID and a text file altogether, you have to recognize for every single page, because they can be, in general, they can be scanned. So you have to identify for every single page to which documents it actually pertains. So you have probably many times the pages are not even ordered. So you can have the front side of the ID in the first page, then you have the text document, then you have the back side of the ID in the middle of the text document, then you go on with the text document. So the situation is like that. And so you have to split the page, identify each page to which documents it belongs, and then is the analytics part. So you have to clean the image. You have to extract the values you want for every kind of document. You aggregate back the informations for each document after you processed every single page of the document. You validate the information, so you perform the checks, anti-fraud or completeness checks you want to do, and then you format the output to return it to the next system, basically. The next system can be a database, an ERP, or any other system, basically, that can handle an API, so a JSON file returned by our REST APIs, basically. How did we structure the code? We tried to structure the code following the hexagonal architecture because these allow us a very clean and replicable structure for every single service. So basically, every service is structured like that. The hexagonal architecture, for those of you who are not familiar with that, is also called ports and adapters, and basically is structured so that every single bit, so port or adapter, can be changed and can be replaced by something else which has the same signature with the least cost as possible. So you can, as you can see from the figure, you have basically two sides. The driving side, so basically the input part, and the driven side, so what stands behind you after your system. Okay, and in the core, there is the logic. This kind of architecture allows you to abstract the logic, the domain logic, from the connectors. So on the input side, you get informations through the adapters which communicate to your port. And you can see basically this part as a fast API application, as a microservice that exposes a few, in general one, endpoint, receives the informations, and then process, and then there is the next part of the service, the domain logic, that implements the logics that should be typical of this specific service, and then the output part implements those logics and returns the result. So in case you want to change the logic, or sorry, not the logic. In case you want to change the input or the output, you just can change those implementations, keeping the logic safe, because in general, the logic is what you want to keep stable. You don't, once you define that something is, I don't know, a loader, it should load things. You should not do that, anything different. So you can say, okay, I want to load things from Google Cloud Storage. I want to load them from, I don't know, another kind of database, another kind of storage. Okay, you just change the port, the input port in this case. But what you do beneath is the same. And in particular, what you do on the other side. So what you give to the next system is still the same. And this allowed us to be quite a lot flexible, actually, in terms of how our clients can interact with us, because they can say, okay, I can put my data on the Google Cloud Storage, but I can say, okay, I can't put the data on the storage because of my own policies. Then you have to connect to my database, or I have to call your API to give you the documents directly. For example, if they want to do real-time processing, they don't want to upload on storage and then start the processing. The storage is thought for a batch execution. If they want real-time or near real-time execution, they have to call directly the API of the first service, the loader. So basically, we set up actually two different ports with the relevant adapters. One for the real-time execution, for which the client can directly post the document, the image. And on the other side, we also create a batch port to load a batch of information from the Google Cloud Storage or from wherever, and pass it to the domain and go on. So this is why we choose this kind of architecture, and this is why it worked very good for us. In terms of actual implementation, how we actually implemented that architecture in Python, in terms of Python modules, those are actually Python modules. Every one of our services, and you will see quite a few slides with the same schema because they are all the same in terms of architecture, we implemented 4 basic modules. A microservice module, which represents the input adapters and ports. So it's the driving side adapters, basically. The logic module, which represents the domain logic and actually contains all the base classes and the abstractions we need for the logic to work. The adapters module, which represents the driven side adapters and ports. So basically, it represents the output part and actually implements the logic defined in the previous step in the concrete cases they need. And then there is an example. So actually, there is an example module which is different for every client because it's their own implementation. So how do they want to implement the whole service for their cases? Obviously, it's not different every time because there are lots of things in common, but in general, it could be like that. So I go now through the services, but I mean, the slides graphically won't be very different between one another, but because the structure is always the same. The real point is what they do. So I'll go deeper in what they actually do inside. So we will always have a microservice, which actually takes the name of the module, so loader microservice, cleaner microservice, etc., and implements the ports, so the endpoints, the post endpoints that should be called to activate to trigger, in this case, to trigger the service. So as I mentioned before, for the loader, we have 2 different endpoints. One to upload a base64 file, and the other one to upload a batch of files. The logic module, in this case, implements a service. What actually is it doesn't implement. It defines a service. It's a bit different. So it defines what the service actually do. So this describes the business logic of this microservice. And in this case, it creates, it takes a named list of files and writes them on the Google Cloud Storage. So allows the user to upload the files. The adapters module, which are, they are currently not implemented for this specific service because they don't need it. This file loads the files and writes them down. So in single or in batches. For what it takes, what happened? Oops. It happened something there. That's weird. Okay, we're back. And for what it takes, the example, we implemented a fahad that registers the instance of a loader service and set up to write given a Google Cloud Storage bucket, and implements an example of the microservice itself. So basically, the example model still. Is it me? No, shouldn't be me. Please don't. Okay. Oops. Should be fine. Okay. And basically, this is an example. So this is actually an example of the example. So this is how we implemented the microservice. The most relevant part is actually this one. So the implementation of the microservice is the most interesting one because it actually reads directly from a configuration file. So you can simply change how it works just changing a few strings from the configuration. In case it's easy. For what it takes, the next module, it's a splitter. So we have a file and we split the pages. The structure is exactly the same as before. The service implements a split method in this case, which splits the pages. And now we have the adapters. And in particular, we have one specific adapter, which is called PDF to JPEG, which splits the PDF pages in the input file. Guess what? In PDF, in JPEGs. So, and in the end, basically, this is the facade we implemented in that case to be able. Nope.
Not me. Sorry.
Is that me?
No,
That
it's the thing. You're sorting it out. Sorry.
No problem. As you can see in this case, I showed you the example of the facade we implemented. It handles both the repository, so the connections to the storage layer, and the service itself, configuring it how we want to use it. As always, the facade takes in input a configuration, so as mentioned before, it can simply switch what it does but just by changing the file. I'm switching. Okay. The next service is the identifier. I will not go longer again in the steps of the modules, but the structure is always the same. This service, identifies the images. So basically, this point is the most interesting part from a data science point of view until now, because it actually identifies the document a page belongs to. And so we implemented an object identifier, which is an object detector. So it's an implementation of a deep learning algorithm that is trained to identify specific details in the page to identify the document that the page belongs to. So I don't know, you can think about some kind of marks or watermarks on the back, or page numbers of some specific formats, or some specific also words in specific positions. And this allows us to identify the document each page belongs to. As you can see, the implementation of the identifier is quite easy because it's based, everything is done by the object transformer class, which is a model, machine learning model, actually, deep learning in this case, but which takes some data, some image, JPEG, and returns the document it belongs to. We have a different model for every document to be able to recognize they are all binary models, so is that model or it's not. The training of this model is quite easy and cheap, in the sense that it's cheap from a computational point of view, but it's also cheap in terms of time, because those are quite simple models, because you are just, you just need to identify the marks that identify the model, the document, sorry, and you have to train an object detector model, so you have to fine-tune it, actually, because it's a deep neural network, pre-trained, usually, and to identify it. So it's easy. It's something that you can do with a few shots learning. For what it takes, the next step, it's a cleaner. So you clean the images before the extraction of the data. the identification can work on, I mean, raw image is not so clean because he just has to identify a few marks. The next step, the one in which you extract the data from the document, it doesn't. So basically you have to clean and pre-process the documents. So this is actually the clue of this step, in which we use services offered by Google, the Vision API services, and to perform the cleaning, because it's, I mean, very efficient and very good in terms of final results. And for what it takes the extractor, which is the other part which is relevant from a data science point of view, and it's basically the clue of the application. The structure is always the same as I mentioned before, but what we do in this case is to implement an object OCR extractor. So the idea of our application is to implement a pipeline of object detection and OCR after the object detection. I can say directly that the OCR part is left to the Google services. So we are using the Google Vision API to extract the text, but the object detection is the point, and it's the characteristic of this process, because we are using a different deep learning algorithm to identify specific portions of the images. In this case, the training is a little bit more costly. It's still something that can be done with a few labeled data, but it still needs labeled data. And it requires us to label the portion of the page that we need the data from, and we need also to check the value so that we can evaluate also the OCR part. And at this point, we have this implementation of the object OCR extractor, so of the adapters, which relies, as before, on a few models, because we have a single model object OCR transformer for every document type. We also tried to be document agnostic, but the result was quite bad in terms of performances, because what you can extract without relying enough on the structure of the document was quite bad in general. Even if the quality of the image was good enough, the result without relying on the structure and the layout of the document was not that good. So we had to implement a different set of models for every different type of document, and we perform the transformation. So we apply them here. And as always, there is a facade in the example which handles how the process is done by configuration file. And after the extractor, there is the aggregation, because we have, until now we processed every single page by itself, but we need to group the results together for every kind of document, both because, I mean, it's what our clients want, and both because if we want to perform consistency checks on the document, we have to have the whole data together. So we implement this aggregator service with a default aggregator adapter, because it's quite basic, so we use the same adapter for everyone, which does this thing. It actually aggregates, reads the files, the processed files, and aggregates the data together. And this is another quite relevant part of the process. I mean, even if until now it's not artificial intelligence driven, this part, so machine learning driven, it's deterministic, but it's quite relevant for the final result, because in this step we perform the validations. So basically we check a set of rules, a set of controls that our clients want to check. So for example, they want to check if all the documents in a file are relevant for the same person. So the name is always the same. So we have to check the names and surname. Another client wants to check if any given person, so person cited in the files, is into a blacklist for, I don't know, in general it's credit in this case, but in that specific case it's an internal blacklist for spammers. But, and they want to see if this one is blacklisted. So basically if they have to check for alerts and warnings. And this is something that it was done by hand after months after the data entry. So they had months to perpetrate the fraud, let's say, in general. In this case, it's something that should be automatic because we just read the blacklist, we integrate the blacklist in this service, and it's done. And so we create an adapter that takes the data from the blacklist. We implement it in our logic. We implement a service that performs that, and we implement an output adapter that does that based on the rules of the service, and then we return the results already processed. And here, that control was quite big, so I couldn't include it in a slide, but I implemented a quite easier verify, so it actually counts the files. So how many, the name is not actually correct, how many documents we have in a single file. The name is quite misleading, the name of the class. But, so we want to check that the file is complete. There is the correct number of documents. And this is the check. So that in this specific case, what happens is that if the document is not completed, we give the result finally, and then the system behind us actually goes back to the client and asks, okay, complete the file, please. So we have to run it again. And finally, in the end, there is the output formatter. So we simply structure together and finish the loop. And that's it. Okay. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for your talk. Okay. I think we have some questions. Let me check. Do you implement semantic in the acquisition? Sorry.
Yes and no. I mean, upon request, in the sense that it depends on very much on the use case. But usually we do, but it's not something mandatory.
How many documents do you need to train the extractor on a specific type, shape of a document?
I mean, as of now, we use in the hordes of a few hundred, so 200 in general. But we are working on that to reduce very much the number of documents necessary to do that. We are working on trying to apply in a few shots learning also in that case, but it's a bit different than for the identifier.
Do you work with handwritten documents?
I mean, that's a very tricky question because the answer is it depends. In some cases, yes, we do. In others, we don't. The main problems with handwritten documents is that if the document has a format, the unwritten version usually are unreadable in the sense that the human doesn't respect the form. So this is very hard to read the information from that forms. In other cases, if you have to read something which is unwritten in a very specific point, for example, a sign or something like that, or something which is quite regular in terms of the content, you can do that. In general, it's very hard to be able to be general with unwritten documents.
Okay, last question. Looking at the slide, it seems you apply DDD2. Have you had a productivity issue with new, less experienced developer approaching such an architecture?
Yes and no. I mean, sorry, I'm keep on answering yes and no, but that's the truth. With the really junior developers, we actually have issues because, I mean, fresh from the university, they never heard about it, and they had both the problems with the architecture structure and the problem with the development process. They have to learn how to develop. So when we onboarded two, basically, very young developers, they experienced some issues. So they take a few weeks to correctly understand everything, but they had problems not only with the architecture, they had problems with Git. So it's something a bit different. I'd say that the architecture wasn't helping them, for sure, but it was not the main problem. With more experienced developers that never saw the architecture before, I mean, we found some resistance as usual because they were used to work in other ways. But after a few days, in terms of days, they understand how the architecture worked. We already had the code structure, so basically the modules structured. So after they understood how a repository is structured, and they are all structured the same, they understood the value of that because they say, okay, oh, that's good because all the abstractions are here, all the implementation are here. Whatever takes the input part is here, so basically it's easy, everything is there. And the signature, they were already used to have predefined signatures, so basically they were not surprised that something should be signed in some way. And of course, we discussed about the signatures with them. So in general, I'd say it's been as painful as I expected. So for the young people, it's hard, but for the older ones, no, it's not.
I think we have to finish. Thank you. This was the last question. And now room change. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Iniziamo tra un minutino. Ok, penso che possiamo iniziare. Allora, il prossimo talk, sono lieta di presentarvi Serena Sensini con Una libreria al giorno toglie il medico di torno. Applausi. Ricordatevi il link su Slido per le domande, andate nello schedule e cliccate su Serena Sensini.
Grazie, non so se questo è attivo, no? Vediamo. Però mi sentite senza microfono?
No, non devi avere il microfono. Sì, è lì.
Qua, giustamente se non lo accendo non funziona. Ha che senso? Adesso dovrebbe essere attivo.
Sì.
Ok, vado.
Vai.
Perfetto. Allora, benvenuti a questa sessione che si chiama appunto Una libreria al giorno toglie il medico di torno. Questo titolo un po' simpatico per parlarvi dell'analisi del linguaggio naturale applicata però in ambito clinico. Spendo proprio 2 parole per presentarmi. Sono Serena Sensini, lavoro come Enterprise Architect, un mestiere un po' difficile anche da definire, all'interno di un'azienda che si chiama Dedalus SPA. È un'azienda che si occupa di software nell'ambito clinico sanitario, sia per il pubblico che per il privato. 2 anni fa ho aperto un blog che si chiama theredcode.it, dove tra l'altro racconto del mio lavoro, non solo diciamo in ambito di intelligenza artificiale, anche se sicuramente è il topic che mi interessa di più, ma parlo tantissimo anche di altre tecnologie. Tanto per citare qualche nome, Docker, Kubernetes e OpenShift sicuramente sono tra queste. Parlo di sviluppo in Python, Java, TypeScript, Angular e via dicendo, ma anche molto di design pattern e best practice in generale. Attualmente ho pubblicato 5 libri, di cui 4 con Apogeo, 1 con Apply, alcuni li trovate per fortuna anche fuori, sono contentissima di questa cosa, e l'ultimo che è uscito è proprio a tema Kubernetes, che è uscito neanche una settimana fa, quindi è stato un bel lavoro, un bel risultato. Perché parliamo oggi di analisi del linguaggio naturale in ambito clinico? Quindi qual è il nostro obiettivo? Il nostro obiettivo è quello di avere del testo che solitamente fa riferimento a un referto medico, ok? E riuscire a estrarre delle informazioni in modo che il nostro sistema ci tiri già quelli che sono i dati importanti, ok? Le nostre aspettative sono quindi di avere una diagnosi, diciamo un elenco di condizioni e problemi rispetto ad un paziente o una paziente. Cosa vogliamo? Vogliamo prendere quello che si chiama un EHR, che sarebbe praticamente un Electronic Health Record, cartella clinica in italiano, ed estrarre quelle che sono le informazioni relative a problemi, diciamo una malattia piuttosto che una condizione medica, relativi ai trattamenti, se sono state eseguite delle terapie che possono essere farmacologiche piuttosto che degli interventi chirurgici, ed evidenziare questi problemi, ok? Quindi ci trasformiamo un attimo in Dottor House e cerchiamo attraverso un referto di esempio di estrarre queste informazioni, ok? L'esempio sarà super pratico, vi farò vedere il codice, che tra l'altro troverete anche su GitHub, quindi potrete ripetere l'esperimento volendo. Ho cercato di prendere una cartella clinica che non dovrebbe fare impressione a nessuno, spero. Quindi sappiate che se siete sensibili, non so quanti di voi sono appassionati di film horror o soprattutto di serie come Dottor House in cui si vedono, ok, siete appassionati, perfetto. Ci sarà un'immagine che è praticamente un attacco cerebrale, niente di, non c'è sangue, non c'è niente, però vi chiedo se siete sensibili, chiudete gli occhi così non si vede niente, va bene? Vi dico io quando riaprirli. Allora, questa praticamente è la TAC di 4 pazienti, in realtà l'ultimo paziente tra l'altro è un bambino. I punti che vedete evidenziati in rosso dai triangolini e da quello giallo sono proprio delle masse che fanno riferimento a dei tumori cerebrali, ok? Nel caso della figura A in particolare c'è una massa che sta alla base del cervello e che sta creando una grande compressione. E il referto che prendiamo oggi in esame è proprio quello del paziente A, che aveva 23 anni, ok? Quindi era anche abbastanza giovane, che ha riscontrato questo problema, sentiva una forte pressione, è andato dal medico e hanno stilato questo rapporto. Questo è l'IMR di esempio, l'IMR è diverso da IHR, sarebbe proprio il referto che fa riferimento a quella visita, ok? Mentre la cartella clinica è più complessa. Che cosa dice? A grandi linee adesso senza andare troppo nello specifico, dice che comunque la lesione non poteva essere completamente asportata, ok? Si trovava alla base del cervello, quindi era anche abbastanza complicato operare. Viene evidenziato che non è un tumore benigno, ma un tumore miofibroblastico, questo mi sono esercitata per dirlo ma è difficilissimo, di tipo infiammatorio, quindi è stata fatta una terapia a base di steroidi ma non ha funzionato. 2 mesi dopo questa prima visita praticamente c'è stato un intervento chirurgico endoscopico, quindi interno, è stata fatta anche un intervento radiochirurgico e della chemioterapia. Lì ovviamente il referto va avanti, non ci interessa vedere tutto quanto. Queste sono un po' le informazioni. Diciamo che se volessimo tirare fuori le informazioni importanti, sicuramente quali sono? Intanto il fatto che sia stato diagnosticato un tumore di tipo miofibroblastico, questa è la sua condizione. Le altre informazioni importanti sono il tipo di terapia che è stata attuata, ok? Nel nostro caso per esempio la radiosurgery, chemotherapy e surgery endoscopic, quindi un intervento interno. Quello che vogliamo ottenere è un risultato di questo tipo. Vogliamo che il nostro sistema che cosa faccia? Intanto evidenzi quelli che sono i trattamenti, no? Io ne ho evidenziati 3, ovviamente il sistema è addestrato per poche informazioni perché ci vuole chiaramente un bel lavoro dietro per riuscire ad analizzare un referto così complesso. Quelli in verde sono praticamente le terapie che sono state eseguite, quella in arancione è l'evidenza maggiore che è stata individuata. Tumore ugualmente è evidenziato in arancione nel senso che rispecchia una condizione che è stata negata, no? Perché è stato diagnosticato che non era un tumore benigno ma di tipo miofibroblastico. E vogliamo che il nostro sistema sia anche in grado di trovare quelle che sono le evidenze che non afferiscono a delle patologie, ok? Perché queste sono chiaramente informazioni importanti. Ed è qui che ci viene in soccorso MedSpacy. MedSpacy è una libreria che è uscita a fine novembre del 2022, ok? Prodotta sempre da Explosion AI, che praticamente è quella società che continua a mantenere Spacy, che è una delle librerie in Python più conosciute universalmente per l'analisi del linguaggio naturale. MedSpacy chiaramente ha come scopo principale quello di fornire gli strumenti giusti per l'analisi del linguaggio naturale applicato all'ambito clinico. Ovviamente che cosa fa? Ha una serie di funzionalità specifiche per quello che è il settore healthcare, chiaramente perfettamente integrato con quello che è il contesto di Spacy, quindi tutti gli strumenti che in Spacy sono già presenti, i transformer, piuttosto che il supporto a 64 lingue, sono inclusi nel pacchetto. Tanto che possiamo includerli anche all'interno di una pipeline più complessa dove magari vogliamo lavorare, no, con queste informazioni. MedSpacy lavora principalmente con 3 componenti. Tokenizer è abbastanza comune, serve a ridurre il nostro testo in token che possono essere analizzati, no, separatamente. Quindi questo è il primo componente. Il secondo componente è il target matcher, che è praticamente una sorta, anche se è un po' più articolato, di sistema basato a regole. Quindi date una serie di informazioni su un dominio specifico, nel nostro caso l'ambito clinico, è in grado di individuare quelle che sono entità del dominio che ci interessa. Ed è quello su cui tra l'altro ci concentreremo oggi. Il terzo componente è quello relativo alla sentence segmentation, che in realtà è quello che ci permette di individuare all'interno di un complesso dataset quelle che sono le informazioni relative ad ambiti clinici, quindi anche dato un dataset non strutturato e anche un po' sporco, Medspacey tramite questo strumento riesce ad estrarre le informazioni che ci interessano in questo contesto. Costruiamo la pipeline. La pipeline in questo caso per noi rappresenterà quella che è la terapia, no? Il modo in cui possiamo tramite questo sistema cercare di individuare le informazioni importanti. Voi direte perché un caso d'uso come questo può essere interessante al di là della conferenza. Attualmente in ambito clinico, in ambito healthcare, soprattutto per quanto riguarda il dominio informatico, non tanto in Italia diciamo, arriviamo sempre un po' in ritardo su una serie di strumenti, però in nazioni come diciamo, quelle che fanno parte degli Stati Uniti, sistemi di telemedicina che servono anche a supportare il paziente per eseguire quello che si chiama primo triage, okay? Quindi una sorta di primo supporto al paziente, fanno anche uso di strumenti come questi. Quello che vi porto io oggi è super semplice, non vi aspettate ovviamente di svoltare con un chatbot che risponde ai vostri sintomi, perché per quello c'è già Google che fa abbastanza danni, però diciamo che l'idea è quella solitamente di fornire uno strumento che si metta tra medico, okay, e paziente, per già individuare quelle che nel paziente possono essere delle informazioni importanti, no? Immaginate una situazione in cui il paziente scrive al proprio medico tramite una chat dicendo: ho questi sintomi, so che nella mia famiglia ci sono casi di X, sono 20 giorni che sto in questo modo, cosa posso fare? Sto assumendo questi farmaci. Estraendo queste informazioni e fornendole al medico e togliendo diciamo, tutto quello che può essere il contesto anche di preoccupazione del paziente, io metto anche il medico nelle condizioni di lavorare in maniera più efficiente con delle informazioni che sono veramente importanti e che magari danno anche dei riferimenti rispetto a delle possibili terapie piuttosto condizioni che il paziente sta affrontando. Okay? Deve essere di supporto, non deve essere lo strumento che fa da medico, deve essere di supporto. In questo caso andiamo quindi a definire una sorta di pipeline. Pipeline che solitamente, in generale nell'analisi del linguaggio naturale, si compone di 3 step in ambito clinico. Preprocessamento dei dati. Quando ho dei dati da un referto sono spesso disordinati o contengono delle informazioni che sono superflue. Per dire, ci sono codici per esempio assegnati al paziente, ci sono informazioni rispetto anche all'orario di entrata, ci sono informazioni che al medico servono fino a un certo punto e che quindi possono essere tolte. C'è la fase di post-processamento. Questa è la fase in cui noi, attraverso questo sistema di regole che abbiamo visto prima, quindi tramite il target matcher, andiamo a cercare di definire quelle che sono delle metodologie per estrarre queste informazioni riguardo l'ambito clinico. È la fase più importante? No, in realtà la fase più importante è quella precedente. Avere dei dati che siano costruiti bene, dei dati che siano veramente utili e che non vadano a inondare il processo di informazioni che magari non gli servono. La fase di post-process in realtà è sempre supportata da un professionista dell'ambito medico, per dirvi come faccio io a stabilire, dico io informatica, ma una persona qualunque, se al di là del fatto che prima vi ho fatto vedere tumore purtroppo come parola la conosciamo tutti, però ci sono una serie di condizioni mediche che magari sono anche sconosciute, no? ai comuni mortali per fortuna, come faccio io a individuare quali sono le informazioni importanti e quali no? Chiaramente serve un qualcuno che conosca bene il dominio medico e solitamente infatti ci sono dei medici che affiancano questo processo per costruire, no? Il sistema. Inoltre Medspacey ha diciamo, questo componente che è estremamente utile, che si chiama proprio Historical Evidences. Praticamente permette di individuare all'interno di un referto quelle che sono specifiche della conversazione paziente-medico rispetto ad evidenze cliniche precedenti o familiari. Se io per esempio durante un colloquio medico dico mio papà ha avuto un infarto ed è purtroppo deceduto in questo modo, ma sappiamo che in famiglia abbiamo anche casi di tumore al colon, piuttosto che, non lo so, malattie generiche, adesso non voglio entrare troppo nel dettaglio. Avere queste informazioni chiaramente è importante, no? Perché anche dal punto di vista genetico il medico ne deve tener conto per possibili, diciamo, ereditarietà di una serie di fattori di rischio. MedSpace riesce a rilevare queste informazioni come fatti storici, quindi non ascrivibili direttamente al paziente, ma fatti storici che quindi possono in qualche modo influenzare l'attuale condizione del paziente. Ok? Noi non ci occuperemo dei dati storici oggi, anche se vedremo in che modo individuarli, ma ci occuperemo della parte di post-processamento, quindi vedremo come costruire queste regole. Questo perché abbiamo, diciamo, io ho già elaborato abbastanza i referti, quindi ho estratto le informazioni importanti e le ho inserite nel sistema che le va a lavorare. Passiamo alla parte di codice, che vi assicuro è assolutamente semplice. Questo è anche il vantaggio di Python, che è un linguaggio per fortuna parlante. Prendiamo come esempio un EMR, un referto clinico, e cerchiamo di estrarre le informazioni che abbiamo visto prima anche nello schema. Chiaramente la prima parte riguarda che cosa? Riguarda l'import delle librerie che ci servono. In particolare partiamo da MedSpace, e di MedSpace andiamo proprio a importare quello che si chiama target rule, che fa parte di diciamo, di quel componente che, sempre genericamente parlando, nell'analisi del linguaggio naturale si chiama Named Entity Recognition, serve ad estrarre delle entità dal testo. Okay? Andiamo anche a importare la funzione visualizeEnt, che serve a ottenere quel risultato che abbiamo visto prima, le etichettine colorate assegnate alle diverse categorie. No? Andiamo a importare anche altre due librerie che sicuramente conoscete, perché una è Pandas, che serve per niente, serve per l'analisi e la rappresentazione dei dati. Adesso per magia tornerà allo schermo, perfetto. L'ultima libreria che andiamo a importare è Spesi, e andiamo a importare un componente molto particolare, span, okay, che potrebbe sembrare superfluo, andiamo di fantasia, non c'è problema. In realtà ci è molto utile perché in ambito clinico viene definito anche quello che è lo standard di una serie di entità cliniche. Anche qui vi faccio un esempio. Come facciamo a stabilire che nella lingua italiana, non c'è problema, ti diverti tantissimo, scommetto a premere il tasto ogni 2 secondi. Io nel frattempo chiacchiero, poi non vi preoccupate, tanto il codice andrà, si vedrà, a tratti, ma si vedrà. Come faccio per esempio a definire che negli Stati Uniti quello che viene definito tumore miofibroblastico è la stessa cosa nella traduzione italiana, ok? È stato definito uno standard, in realtà ce ne sono tantissimi, standard che servono proprio a creare una sorta di mappa di tutte quelle che sono sintomatologie, patologie, piuttosto che anche termini che fanno riferimento all'ambito medico. Non lo so, il ginecologo, l'oncologo è una professione specifica. Come faccio in qualche modo a mapparlo? Esiste uno standard che si chiama ICD-10, a cui facciamo riferimento oggi. In realtà ce ne sono tantissimi, ve lo dico prima, questo è uno degli internazionali più utilizzati. Io ho scelto questo perché era quello, diciamo, un po' più semplice, che conosco meglio, ma si adatta, l'esempio si adatta a qualunque tipo di standard, ok? Guardate bene il codice perché potrebbe sparire tra un minuto. No, a parte gli scherzi. In queste due righe che cosa facciamo? Allora, prima riga è abbastanza comune per chi conosce Spesi. Andiamo a caricare il modello. Spesi infatti ha la fortuna di, diciamo, fornire questi modelli che sono preaddestrati con dei dati che sono presi sia da internet sia da dati che chiaramente sono aperti, perché soprattutto in ambito clinico, se volete staccare e riattaccare, intanto lo conosco a memoria, non c'è problema. Mentre Spesi è stato costruito utilizzando diverse tipologie di dati, no? Quindi quando voi utilizzate dati, i modelli di Spesi, potete scegliere se utilizzare dati presi da giornali piuttosto che dati presi dal web. MedSpace ha utilizzato anche moltissimi open data, e quindi in questo caso non andiamo a specificare che tipo di sorgente, ma semplicemente diciamo di caricare il modello all'interno della variabile NLP, che voi avete, no, in memoria. Perfetto, ok. Secondo step è quello di dire a MedSpace di caricare come componente quello relativo al target matcher, quello che dicevamo prima. Vogliamo definire una serie di regole che servono a mappare la condizione piuttosto che il trattamento rispetto allo standard di ICD-10, quindi lo standard internazionale di riferimento per problemi e patologie, e eventuali testi all'interno del nostro referto. Vediamo, intanto io vado avanti con la slide, così forse faranno memoria di queste 2 righe in più. Ok, anche queste memorizzatele bene. Allora, altre 2 righe. Per fortuna che l'ho segmentato in 2 righe e 2 righe, così non è neanche difficile ricordare. Allora, terzo step, andiamo a caricare i dati. Ok, questa è la parte più facile. I dati che ho utilizzato io per questo esempio sono ovviamente dati aperti, quindi li trovate, fanno parte di una pubblicazione scientifica che mi pare si trovi su IEEE, ok? Comunque all'interno del repository trovate tutti i dati, li potete utilizzare, stanno in un formato un po' strano, .dat, perché in realtà il sistema di rilevazione di questi dati usa questo formato, no? È un sistema proprietario che però ha messo a disposizione i dati di pazienti anonimizzati, ok? Quindi si sa il genere, si sa l'età, ma non si sa nessun'altra informazione, e li ho letti come? Tramite Pandas. .dat solitamente è una tabella, una sorta di CSV, ma non proprio un CSV, quindi utilizzando la funzione di Pandas standard read table io sono in grado di caricare questi dati. Non hanno intestazione, quindi ho messo header non, ok? Secondo step, semplicemente gli dico di caricare il primo referto, perché non vogliamo leggerli tutti quanti insieme. Quarto step, come vi dicevo prima, utilizziamo span per associare alle regole che costruiremo uno standard, nel nostro caso il CD10. Potete usare SNOMED, potete usare quello che vi pare, non è un problema. Io in questo caso faccio riferimento ad ICD e gli dico di aggiungerlo nel mio risultato, ok? Per creare questa situazione di mapping tra le 2 codifiche. Le regole, vi faccio vedere 2 piccolissimi esempi, chiaramente si possono espandere all'infinito. Primo esempio, anche qua cerchiamo di memorizzarlo, chissà quanto durerà. Niente, non durerà niente. Allora, primo esempio, ve lo dico io, era quello che faceva riferimento all'intervento endoscopico, quindi l'intervento interno del paziente, che è un trattamento, no, rispetto al problema che era stato riscontrato. Le target rule vengono costruite in questo modo. Do una definizione, ok, quindi una sorta di pezzo di testo che ho trovato, do una categoria, nel mio caso treatment, perché sto dicendo che è un trattamento rispetto al referto del paziente, specifico qual è il pattern. In pratica gli dico in che modo si dovrebbe aspettare questo testo, ok? Nel mio caso mi interessa solo individuare se è stato eseguito un intervento chirurgico. Endoscopico non mi interessa perché comunque nel caso di un tumore spesso si va a agire per via endoscopica, e gli dico che in minuscolo lo troverei come surgery, ok? Ultimo step che vi continuate a immaginare è relativo agli attributi. Che cosa? Il riferimento all'ICD-10, quindi alla codifica che corrisponde a un intervento chirurgico. Nel nostro caso è un codice 0GB, 0 eccetera eccetera, ok? Vediamo se questa si vede. Ok. Altro step, altro piccolo esempio, un po' più complesso, nel senso che qui io gli ho incluso miofibroblastico tumore, ok? Che è una condizione, in questo caso è un problema, non è un trattamento. Il pattern è un po' diverso, perché mentre prima gli ho detto aspettati di trovare questa parola in minuscolo, in questo caso la prima riga, guardatela al volo prima che scompaia, ci sta praticamente l'ultima parte, op, no? Che sta per operand, e in. Cosa vuol dire? Io gli dico che prima della parola tumor si potrebbero trovare delle parole che fanno riferimento a quelle specificate, in che occorrenza, punto esclamativo, punto interrogativo, vuol dire uno o più. Potrebbe capitare che ci sia infiltrative miofibroblastic oppure che ce ne sia solo una delle due, ok? Come ultimo ci sono sempre gli attributi che fanno riferimento allo standard. Io in pratica sto costruendo delle regole dove queste parole, che appartengono purtroppo a domini diversi, perché tumore sappiamo bene che potrebbe comparire in 1000 forme, è di questo tipo. Sesto step, una sola riga, ce la possiamo fare, aggiungiamo alla nostra pipeline le regole che abbiamo appena costruito, io ne ho aggiunte molte di più, ve ne ho fatte vedere solo un paio. Target matcher praticamente era il componente della pipeline che abbiamo caricato all'inizio, ok? Quindi gli stiamo dicendo, rispetto a quello che tu già sai, queste sono le regole in più che io ti do. Ultimo step, Anche qua, questo sono un po' più di righe, ma ce la potremmo fare. Ricarichiamo il modello sul testo. Il testo sarebbe quello che vi ho fatto vedere all'inizio, ok? Quindi il referto che volevamo testare. E gli dico che per ogni entità che lui va a trovare all'interno del documento, questo perché Spesi ragiona a documenti, documento sta per testo, niente di che, è un oggetto custom di Spesi, per ogni entità che trovi all'interno del documento mi stampi l'entità stessa, quindi la parola che tu hai individuato, se è negata, quindi se fa parte di una condizione negata, se fa riferimento a una condizione familiare e se è un dato storico, quindi se è un'informazione che fa riferimento a, diciamo, alla famiglia che ha dei sintomi precedenti. Con Visualize Ent vado a ricreare quello schemino che vi avevo fatto vedere prima, quindi il risultato dovrebbe essere una cosa di questo genere. Con la stampa io vado a stampare tumore vero. Tumore vero che cosa vuol dire? Aspettate. Che è negato, sì, perché all'inizio diceva non è un tumore benigno. Quindi lui ha capito, in qualche modo, non è proprio capire, però ha individuato che era una condizione negata. Fa riferimento a un dato familiare? No. Dato storico? Neanche, ok? Chiaramente tutti gli altri sono tutti falsi perché erano tutte condizioni relative al paziente e purtroppo erano tutte condizioni in positivo, ok? Questo è il risultato della funzione Visualize Ent di MedSpacey, quindi lui vi riporta lo stesso risultato che vi ho raccontato io prima, ma assegnandogli dei colori e delle label. Quelle che vedete a destra, condition e treatment, sono quelle che ho messo io, che potevate anche chiamare in italiano, non è un problema. Negative existence è quello che lui individua come condizione negativa, che quindi fa riferimento alla parola subito successiva. Come vedete il caso d'uso è veramente super semplice, si potrebbe estrarre tantissimo. Io in realtà questa presentazione l'ho fatta, diciamo, anche all'Open Source Day qualche mese fa, utilizzando però un altro referto che però ha dato un po' fastidio purtroppo ai partecipanti perché in questo caso si parlava di occhi. Quindi vi ho risparmiato questa cosa, ho pensato che un attacco fosse forse un po' meno drastica. Comunque tutto l'esempio del codice che vi ho fatto vedere oggi si trova sul repository GitHub che trovate sul mio GitHub, cercate Serena Sensini e lo trovate sotto MedSpacey, mentre la libreria e i notebook di esempio che vi fornisce già la documentazione li trovate sempre online. Il dataset l'ho preso da Kaggle, come avevo detto sono dati aperti, non mi sono inventata niente anche perché l'azienda mi ucciderebbe se usassi chiaramente dei dati di pazienti veri, però a parte questo di dati clinici ne trovate tantissimi anche per sperimentare un pochino con questa libreria. Detto questo il tempo è finito, sono stata anche abbastanza regolare con...
È stata bravissima, io gli farei un grande applauso. Veramente, veramente brava, nonostante tutte le issue con il proiettore, forse abbiamo trovato il problema. Dunque,
meglio tardi che mai, dico, meno male.
Ma tu hai continuato liscia come se nulla fosse, quindi veramente, veramente brava. Allora, non vedo domande sullo Slido, c'è qualche domanda in sala per caso? No?
Probabilmente stanno ancora riprendendo dal codice.
Sì, stanno ancora processando il codice.
Non c'è problema.
Nessuna domanda? 3, 2, 1? No? Là in fondo? Yuna? Ok, aspetta, ti passo il microfono.
Okay. I have a question. I will. Okay. Ok, la domanda è: avete già utilizzato queste librerie e con quanto successo eventualmente su veri documenti clinici?
Sì, diciamo che adesso è anche in forma sperimentale, però i risultati in ambito di telemedicina sono molto molto importanti. E, ripeto, in Italia arriviamo sempre un po' in ritardo su queste cose ed è un peccato perché sarebbe molto di supporto soprattutto per la fase di triage, che è quella che occupa più tempo in assoluto in ambito clinico. Pensiamo a tutte le code che si creano ai pronto soccorsi che sono drammatiche, però strumenti come questo aiutano sicuramente tanto e speriamo che, diciamo, essendo tra l'altro uno strumento open source, speriamo che venga adottato sempre di più.
Sì? Aspetta un attimo che ti passo il microfono.
Sempre collegandomi alla domanda della ragazza precedente, i feedback invece dall'ambiente medico come sono? Nel senso che può essere positivo oppure
negativo,
sei nel mio
di-
territorio, lo guardo però non lo uso. E magari forse in Italia c'è un approccio all'inizio, all'estero forse hanno superato una fase e sono nella fase successiva, quindi domando un po' l'approccio di chi ha il dominio poi della materia.
È una bellissima domanda, infatti non a caso prima io ho detto dipende anche dal tipo di impiego, perché purtroppo c'è la paura che strumenti come questi vadano a sostituire il medico. Non si può sostituire un medico dal mio punto di vista, c'è un dibattito apertissimo su questa cosa, quindi sappiate che persone diverse da me la pensano in maniera totalmente diversa. La mia opinione non si possa sostituire, sono strumenti a supporto. Quindi in una fase di triage dove piuttosto che andare su Google e dire sono stanco, cosa mi succede, il primo risultato probabilmente stai morendo di cancro, perché purtroppo è così, il dottor Google risponde a questi quesiti. Uno strumento di supporto secondo me è importantissimo per evitare le code ai pronto soccorsi. Chiaramente c'è molta sfiducia in questo senso, probabilmente un po' dovuta dall'ignoranza di strumenti di questo tipo che sembrano scatole chiuse che fanno cose misteriose e non si sa come, un po' perché non si capisce l'importanza di avere un sistema che rispetto anche a un medico può avere una banca dati gigantesca a cui attingere per fornire delle prime indagini. Non si può sostituire in alcun modo. Negli Stati Uniti c'è questa concezione di mental shift che è un po' diminuita, quindi il medico è più propenso ad avere invece del burnout un sistema che in qualche modo lo supporti e lo aiuti. In Italia è visto come un mi sta rubando il lavoro e quindi non so se adottarlo, ok? Io spero che questa cosa alla lunga cambi, magari anche vedendo i risultati che si ottengono in altri paesi come piloti, mettiamola così. Ok, ci mancherebbe.
Ok. Grazie, direi che abbiamo finito. Lunchtime.
Grazie. Vai, aspetta, faccio così, almeno non si perde. Il mio PC si è anche spento? No, incredibilmente no. Ciao. Piacere. Bravissimo.
dynamic because it doesn't adapt to the fast changing market. And so the idea would be to try and use a more modern approach using AI and especially machine learning, where what you do is you use historical data on locations that you already and then to
Se vuoi parlare, Simone?
Sì, mi senti? 1, 2, 3, prova. 1, 2, 3, prova.
Ok, se parlo anch'io va bene. Devo abbassare di più il volume qua. Continua a parlare, Simone?
1, 2, 3, prova. 1, 2, 3, prova.
Se si può alzare un po'.
Possiamo spegnere così?
Sì.
Ancora? Non so cosa raccontarti. Ah, che questa è una lunga
devo toccare due, lascia un po' attaccato.
So we're working for you to maximize the audio, almost there, so get ready. We have a lot of beautiful questions to ask to Samantha. And so just few seconds. We hope that you had a wonderful first part of the PyCon. And I can also move a little bit more. Okay.
Hey.
Hey, hi there.
Hello, can you guys hear me and see me?
We can hear very well, and we can see you as well. Here we go. Thank you, Samantha, to be here with us at PyCon. We couldn't wait for you, and thank you also all of you for the great applause. We also have some fans in here, it seems. And yeah, so Samantha needs no introduction, so I will go straight to the questions. But first of all, she went to space twice, 200 days the first time, and then the second time even go out of space to represent on the International Space Station. So welcome. We know that your time is quite tight, so we'll be our best to use this time that we have for the best. First question that came to the mind of the people is, we saw these different Italian astronauts, European astronauts go to space. What's the role of Europe for the future? There is a new project, new initiative to see the role of Europe more present in the space? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, good afternoon, and such a pleasure to be here. The role of Europe in human exploration has always been certainly significant. We are a partner in the International Space Station, and regarding the Artemis program of return to the moon, we are also a significant partner. On this International Space Station, you might know we have a module, which is the Columbus module, where we do research. Historically, we also had, for a certain time, a cargo resupply vehicle. And from an Italian perspective, in bilateral with NASA, we also provided a module. And all of that gave us the opportunities to fly astronauts and experiments to space station for the last 2 decades, and presumably for another few years to come until the end of the ISS life. On Artemis, we provide a service module for Orion, which is the vehicle that will take astronauts to orbit around the moon. And we provide a habitation module and some other components for Gateway, which is a space station that flies around the moon. So, certainly an important partner in these exploration endeavors. Maybe not at the level that one might expect if we look at Europe in terms of, our population, our economic strength, our industrial capabilities. If you look at those things, you might argue that in principle we should be more or less equal with NASA and what the United States does, right? And we are, I would say we're certainly not at that level. We are a junior partner to NASA.
That's great. We love to see this improvement and also go the way also beyond Europe and makes the collaboration happen. Thank you very much. Another question, let's see, a question that is more personally, is how did you deal with negative criticism or adversity throughout your career? So if you have any advice for people that are facing similar challenges in the career.
Yeah, so I get that question a lot, and sometimes I have the feeling that people think that being criticized is a challenge, and being criticized is just life. I mean, it's just welcome to life. I mean, some people will like what you do, some people will not like it. Sometimes you will be performing excellently, and you will get a lot of compliments and good feedback, and sometimes you will mess things up and people will tell you, hey, you should have done that better. And I don't know, I think that, I don't know if that's a challenge. I think that is just life. So maybe just reframing it that way can help.
Great, I also agree. So going back to the technical part, there is different private companies that are coming on board the space industry. What do you think about that? Do you think it's a positive endeavor? There will be more collaboration in the future from the private and public industry, especially in space?
Yeah, it seems definitely to be the way the way to go. And it's this approach has been pioneered in the United States, and specifically in exploration. It started, I guess, maybe 2008, where for the first time NASA awarded a contract in a competitive way, and in a way in which NASA purchased a service. So if you are a little bit familiar with the vehicles that come and go from space station nowadays, SpaceX is probably the most important provider because it provides both cargo and crew transfer. And it all started again in I believe it was 2008 when these contracts were awarded. And the main difference, I mean, one might ask, okay, what's the difference, right? When NASA developed the space shuttle, it was still companies that built it. It's not like NASA inside has facilities to build spaceships. That's not the case. However, NASA kept the ownership. You could not, even if you had all the money of the world, you could not go and buy a space shuttle flight. It's like you couldn't say, I'm going to pay for it. I'm going to pay for everything. I want to go on a flight on the space shuttle. It just didn't work. You had to be a NASA astronaut or a partner astronaut to go on a space shuttle flight. Nowadays, you can. If you call up SpaceX and you tell them, hey, I've got a lot of money and I want to buy a Dragon flight, they will be extremely happy to sell you a Dragon flight at your earliest convenience. So that has changed a little bit. So NASA purchases services instead of purchasing a piece of hardware. And so they basically, in a way, those contracts, they subsidize a little bit the development of those vehicles. And then the companies can share in the risk because obviously they also spent money on that development, knowing that afterwards they can sell that vehicle or that hardware to other customers as well. And of course, with the assumption or the hope or the perspective that there is a market for that. So that's how those private companies came to be. I mean, and SpaceX is obviously the biggest success case, by far the biggest success case. But it seems probably the way to go to also help modernize the industry, I would say.
So going back to a lighter mood, here in PyCon, we signed all the rooms, like pizza, pasta, all the rooms have this kind of name, so people probably get inspired. And also connected to the private industry for the food that we had in space. So what's your favorite food that you had in space and in real life, not in real life, here on Earth life? You have any favorites that came to your mind?
Well, on Earth it's difficult to say because I mean there's so much choice that it kind of depends what you're in the mood for at a given time. But in space, I think one of my favorite was probably still something from my first flight. Like years ago, I had a delicious like a quinoa or quinoa, I don't know how you say it in English, salad that I would put in like a tortilla. And it had like little tomatoes and mackerel, and I could add some olive oil. And yeah, that's something that I would love to have on the ground as well. But unfortunately, I don't.
We're lucky with that. We just finished lunch, so they were get very interested in this question. And so we know that you speak a lot of language. I'm personally very impressed. Did you ever consider learn a little bit of Python?
I did. This is a tricky question because you know the answer. We talked about it years ago, Stefania, didn't we? But I actually never did. And now I even lost motivation because they told me that in a few years you can just like talk to ChatGPT and tell him what you need and it will write the software for you. No, I'm just kidding. I still want to learn to program. I mean, I learned to program when I was in university, but that was ages ago, and everything I learned I forgot, and it's anyway too old now. So.
Thank you very much. Okay. We have a lot of people here interested in maybe understand that we know there is different roles in space. Engineers, you'll be a commander, but we know that there is different backgrounds for people and astronauts. Also, we saw the new class of astronauts. So for a person with a STEM background, especially in engineering or programming, but we have a lot of different people from different scientific background, what are the steps to go and apply for the next class eventually? And actually, another question.
To be an astronaut?
Yes, and the challenges that are... Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, yeah, sorry. If we're talking like the classic way of, becoming like a public astronaut, like a government astronaut, yeah, it's usually, we still require indeed a STEM, somebody with a STEM background. That might change in the future, but for now, it's the recent selection we started 2 years ago. We still required, either an engineering or science or medicine. Medicine is also an option, and or a background in aviation. That is still quite common for astronauts. I personally had a little bit of a mixed background. I had a degree in engineering, but then I joined the Air Force and become a combat pilot. So I was a little bit of both. But then there are some people who really have a solid background in maybe science or engineering, and others who have, just a very solid background in maybe flying and especially test flying. Yeah, I mean, and then it's a little bit of a matter of luck. You have to have a selection coming up at the right time for you, and at the right moment in your life, and yeah, and then you apply and you go through the process. For people who have a background who do not have like a military or aviation background, I mean, I think it's important to maybe bring something. We call it operational. It could be. I have a colleague who's a scientist who did winter stays in Antarctica. I have another one who did like expeditions in extreme places in the world, or another one that worked for a few years on offshore platforms. So something that shows that beyond your technical knowledge, you are actually suitable to work in a team, in an operationally constrained environment, when there's like rules and procedures and safety concerns and all of those things.
Great, thank you. So a lot of possibilities, so, you could apply. And so connected to that, what about the future? Because some people are asking, if you have any perspective on how long will it take to bring some humans on Mars? If it's a 5 years timeline, 10 years, 20 years timeline we're talking about, or if there are also new kind of opportunity to go to space beyond even the International Space Station.
Right, yeah, those are all interesting questions. Well, Mars is per definition always 30 years in the future. That's always been the same since I was small. No, the problem with Mars is that it would be very expensive, and so until there's something really disruptive from a technological point of view that happens, that brings down the cost significantly. It's not like it's impossible. I mean, if the future of humanity depended on us going to Mars in 2 years, we would probably go to Mars in 2 years. It's not like it's impossible, but it's just economically, it's very expensive with today's technologies. And there's also, I think, a case to be made, which I personally believe in, which having sustained operations on the moon and around the moon first is a reasonable thing to do, because you learn a lot. We learned a lot on the space station, which is a fairly easy environment, right? I mean, it's just low Earth orbit. and we still will learn so much about running sustained operations in low Earth orbit. And I think there's going to be a learning curve flying to the moon and operating around the moon, on the moon. And that's really going to make mission to Mars a lot more feasible and reasonable. Yeah, and in terms of opportunities to fly to low Earth orbit, I mean, right now there's a lot of opportunities if you're a billionaire. Any billionaires in the room? Raise your hand. I can hook you up with people who are looking for customers. So there's, as I said, there are flights to orbit on the market, literally on the market. You can call and buy one, but it does require several, probably on the order of magnitude of $60–70 million, at least fly to space station. So there's actually a private crew on orbit right now. They launched on Sunday, I think, and that's probably what they paid. One of them is a fully privately funded person, like a billionaire, and two of them are like Saudi Arabia citizens. In that case, Saudi Arabia bought their ticket. So that's also what's happening. It's like countries that historically did not have astronauts or a space program, they like purchase tickets for their citizens, so, to be able to say, now we have a Saudi astronaut, or, some other country. Maybe what will happen in the future, depending how things go, is that if after space station, we'll probably have commercial platforms. I don't think we talked about that. I apologize. I just had another Q&A with another venue, and sometimes I forget what I told them and what I told you. But I don't think we talked about commercial platforms in LEO. So space station is probably going to operate until the end of this decade. And then there is a transition going on already that NASA has initiated towards commercial space stations. So, NASA or the US government is saying, we certainly want a presence in low Earth orbit, but we want to transfer the attention of public agencies and publicly funded endeavors and contracts to the moon. And so we would like low Earth orbit to become more of a domain of regular commercial enterprise. And so they are funding the development of competing space stations. They will probably end up choosing two, and hopefully by the end one will survive. That will be privately owned and operated. And so again, those opportunities will be on the market. I think that a lot of the market that they expect to capture is still the institutional market. It will be like NASA and ESA buying flights for their astronauts. But of course, if you are an incredible researcher at a, maybe a research institution, and they believe that it's worth doing some R&D in microgravity, maybe they will fund a flight to space for you. But this opens up an interesting question. So we, as government astronauts, obviously, we do not want to be customers. So this is why it's really important for Europe at this point to develop some autonomous capabilities as well. Otherwise, we'll end up going backwards, right? Having to buy seats on space station, on a private space station. On international space station, we do not buy seats. We are co-owners of the International Space Station. It's also our space station. We have about 8.5% of the ownership, right? But in a private space station, well, it's not ours at all. And so we would end up having to buy flying opportunities. So that's why it's really, really important for Europe now to step up their game and develop some kind of European spaceflight capability.
Thank you very much. Yeah, a lot of the scenario is very big, so this session is very informative, I think, also for all of us. There was a question, actually, we choose your dreamy pictures in cupola. You have a wonderful perspective from the space. From above, and eventually also in connection with what you mentioned, the collaboration with the Institute and Research Center, what's your point on climate change and any initiatives that perhaps look forward in terms of research, or your personal view on what could be the next steps to continue to improve the situations as much as we can?
Oh, I'm certainly not an expert, so I don't think that I have anything particularly helpful or smart to say. I mean, the one point that as space agency people, obviously we always try to make is that it's really important to leverage as much as possible all the information that we get from space-based assets. On this one thing, in Europe, we are world leaders in Earth observation. So we have a fleet of powerful satellites. They're called Sentinels. Just kind of cool name, like they're sentinels out there that take care of our planet and that measure a very wide array of variables that are relevant to climate modeling. So that is it's very important. I think it's pretty well recognized. What is maybe not as well recognized is that you could use a lot more climate-based assets, not only for the data for climate modeling, but also possibly for climate management. Like, if you introduce a regulation or a policy, then it should probably be accompanied to a way of verifying the actual effect, verifying compliance, and all of that. So a closer work with space-based data would probably be helpful.
Yeah. And thank you for mentioning Sentinel Hub. Sentinel Hub has a wonderful website also with Jupyter Notebook for anyone that use it. So thank you. So you'll be literally being out of space, out of the International Space Station. Interesting question was probably not your worst in that case. But what's your worst episode, perhaps in space, and what's your fear when you were in space at particular events? That could be both excited and fearfully, like being out of space in a EVA, or perhaps something more logistically that was a little bit of worst experience in space.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly didn't have any particularly bad experiences in space. It was a lovely experience for me. I loved it up there. I felt well from the beginning. There's about half of the people who are sick when they get to space. Some are pretty sick for like several days. But in both cases, I was feeling just great from the beginning. So for me, it's really associated with, I get to space and I have fun, I float. So I have a very positive association with my space flights throughout. Going on a spacewalk is something, I mean, you realize how tricky it can be and how risky it is maybe when you come back more than when you're doing it or before, because I think when you're preparing for a spacewalk, you're like so focused on the preparation. And then when you're actually doing a spacewalk, I mean, it's such a demanding activity, especially physically, right? So especially for a woman, I think it's kind of like physically, you really have to give your 100%. That you don't really have time to think. And again, I felt from the beginning, I felt quite comfortable in this. I mean, comfortable is not the right way. I mean, the suit is not comfortable, but I felt like it was familiar to me. The spacesuit is the same that we use in training. I mean, not the same, but the same type of spacesuit. It has the same noises, at least at first, and then you hear them a little bit less once you depressurize, and then it has the same smell, it has the same physical feeling that you have in training. So, when you close the spacesuit, it's almost like you're in this world of its own that you're all of a sudden kind of familiar with. And it's really only after when you think about it, and it's like, oh gosh, I mean, there's so many things that could go wrong in principle.
Yes. On that side, on the funny side, so we started PyCon on the Towel Day. I know that you're quite a fan of each galaxy. Sorry, I did it wrong. Sorry?
You're good fruits.
What's your funniest moment in space, or even in training? We know that your training was pretty hard. There is any funny moment that came from eventually cultural training?
I think, to be honest, the funniest things that I remember from space, they could be on the ground as well, because they're more like, jokes, like running jokes that we had in the crew, right? Like, for example, on both my space flights, our stay was extended. The first time because there was a progress accident that ended up leading to us having to stay a month longer. And this time, it was like, it is funny. We also stayed a month longer because the rocket that was supposed to launch the crew that was going to replace us was driven into a bridge. driver, by the truck driver. So the rocket was going from Hawthorne in California to, I guess, the Cape. And they made, I guess, an operational mistake, like, because before this bridge, because it was too low, they should have like lowered it on the truck, and they forgot to do that, and they went straight, and they basically broke the rocket. And all this time I was in space, I was the one who really wanted to stay longer. I mean, I love it in space, so I'm always happy to stay longer. And so we had this running joke that the guy driving the truck was my friend Mario, the same that had broken the Progress 7 years before.
Can you hear us? The joke was too funny that broke the internet. Okay, we're back. We just missed the last sentence of the ending. Okay, we'll get it back. Thank you. There was an interesting question that we can keep it for last. We can go more about. One interesting question was about the environment, the space environment. You talk about how we more or less comfortable as a woman in space. We have a lot of engineers in here in Python that perhaps can get it better. And if you want to answer to that question. And now last question is one question that nobody asked that you want to answer. So we can, if you can take your point of view on what could be improved the environment for women in space, and if there anyone that you want to add that nobody asked you before.
Oh gosh. So yeah, the last question I really don't know. I think I've been asked everything. But improving the environment for women in space. Yeah, I don't know that I can think of anything specific to women. I mean, obviously, you can improve the habitability of the space station a lot, for sure. I don't know that there is something specific to women. The only thing that you can think of where being a man or woman really plays a role is like using the toilet. But it seems to work fine. I think it's easier for guys for obvious reasons, but I don't know that it's a big issue, and I also don't know how you would change it. There's been a lot of discussions in the last years about improving the toilets. Some little changes have been made, but it's not profound. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to think about that.
Even not profound, someone have to think about it. Right? And,
yeah, there's a lot of people thinking about it.
And as a workspace environment, here we have also beautiful talks about inclusion and how to be also better developer, but also improve their workspace. Do you have general advice, perhaps some good practices in the European Space Agency that we can eventually reproduce to have a very nice environment as a workplace with different nations, different genders? Anything that you want to share to collaborate in a peaceful environment?
Yeah, I don't work a lot on this type of thing, so I'm not really sure. But generally speaking, I think when just be reasonable people. I don't know. I mean, it seems to me that every environment works very well when people are, I would say, reasonable in the sense of like pragmatic. Like, focus on rather, I personally never focus too much, but that's just me. But I don't focus too much like about the rules and the practices and all of that. I mean, those things are important. I think that it's really important that they're in place. For me personally, it's more about, okay, in this specific situation, with this specific set of people around the table, what works and what doesn't, and be a little bit flexible and adaptable instead of like having like set principles in your mind that things have to be this way, or this has to work for everyone. I mean, it's like, well, read the room, see what concrete people you're working with and what works for this specific group of people.
Thank you very much. So,
now, I have a question. I'm really curious. Yes. It's been a long time since I've seen a bunch of people with masks. What's going on?
Yeah, a lot of people is asking that. So basically, as we have a record number of people, 100 people in here, and the space is quite tight, and we were concerned for the more sensible people and that requested to be more aware of the situation. We have some little spike here and there. So we kindly asked the attendees to wait for the
So there's
title.
not like a special outbreak in Firenze that I don't know about or something?
No, we hope not. The flood is enough, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That's good. I was
But thank you for the
worried. It's
question.
like, what's going on in Firenze?
Thank you, and have a beautiful time.
Have a great PyCon. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you everyone for the questions. And now we have to change the rooms, so take your leave for your next talk. Thank you very much.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
We'll talk about creativity and especially about how we lost it, why that was best, and how we get it back. So please welcome Florian Haas.
Yes, so I'd like to start on a quick accessibility note. If you happen to have vision issues or simply sit at the back of the room, please scan this and you will see my slides on your device. And also, if you happen to be prone to migraines and you can't stare at a bright screen for a long time, then please also snap this, because the slides that you will see on your device will use an inverted color scheme. It will use white on black, which might be a little easier on your eyes and therefore on your brains. So I'll leave this up for a few more seconds, while I do want to say one thing that I think is quite important. This is not my first conference at all, and it's not my first Python conference either. It is my first PyCon Italia. And I want to say that the organizers have made this an absolutely exceptional event for a first-time speaker. The communication from the get-go, from putting in a proposal, has been absolutely fantastic. And so, Jonas, since you're basically the face of the organizers and the volunteers here today, right? I would really like to thank you for putting on such a kind and welcoming and wonderfully organized event. Thank you very much. So creativity, right? You might be thinking, what on earth is this guy talking about? Why is he even here, right? Because after all, this is a technology conference, and not only that, it's a meeting of software developers, and most of what we do in software development really is, or should be at least, about incrementally improving things, gradually changing, re-implementing things, hopefully without breaking them. And then there's also testing and QA and documentation, and where's the room for the creativity and all that? And I will totally forgive you for thinking that, because there are two big misconceptions about the concept of creativity. One misconception is that creativity is somehow the domain of the arts, that it happens in music, drama, dance, sculpture, fiction, poetry, but not sort of outside that realm. And the other big misconception is that creativity always happens in big leaps, like Mozart writing a new symphony or Zaha Hadid designing a new building. But both of those things really could not be further from the truth. Creativity is simply the process of having original ideas that have value. That's not my own definition. That's a definition that comes from Sir Ken Robinson, who is one of the most eminent advocates of education reform in the UK and the US in the last 20 to 30 years. Unfortunately, we lost him a couple of years ago. But using this definition, it's obvious, I think, that this is very broadly applicable well beyond the arts, because problem solving and optimization, innovation, all require creativity, and practically everything benefits from creativity, as I hope to develop in this talk. So Sir Ken frequently made the case that schools, or education in general, don't do enough for creativity. And he always championed the value of creativity in education, not out of a hippie, touchy-feely, let's all be artists, let's all be musicians kind of thinking, but rather out of economic necessity. Because in most countries, children enter an education system when they're between 3 and 6 years old, and they exit it when they're either in their late teens or in their early 20s. We'll leave out people who go into academia, who stay in this system for longer, but mostly it's that. So if you enter a system at age 3 to 6 and you exit it in your late teens or in your early 20s, it means that you spend about 15 to 20 years in that system. And what's the purpose really of an education system? Well, I think most people would agree that one central purpose of an education system is to turn children into functioning, valuable members of society, what we call a functional adult, right? So to basically turn out people who are well-developed, valuable members of society. And that is to say that the education system that a child enters at a certain age is basically meant to prepare them for a world 15 to 20 years in the future, when we have no idea what the world's going to look like a year from now. So if you try writing the news headlines of today's date next year, you're going to be so far off it's unreal. You don't stand a chance predicting what the world will look like even a year from now. So it's all completely uncertain. And when you think about how to deal with this uncertainty, I think we have three principal options. One option is fatalism. That's the idea that you have no agency in your life whatsoever. Everything that will happen, you have no influence over it. It's one possibility to look at life, one option. The second one is trying to apply control, and that typically means planning and rules. So the way that works is you're trying to eliminate all this uncertainty by thinking through all the eventualities, all the things that can possibly happen, and then apply certain rules to come up with a plan for each. So whatever happens, you'll have a plan, you'll know exactly what to do in what situation. And the third approach is one of creativity, and that means that you trust in yourself and in the people around you to have these original ideas that have value, that will help you deal with whatever comes at you. And that means that you're going to be able to exploit opportunities and negotiate challenges and mitigate problems by having these original ideas that have value at the right time. And what that means, of course, is that you want to nurture and build your tool set for developing those ideas. Now, of these three options that we have, I think fatalism is just not a great one. It's just poor strategy for life. That's just not my kind of thing that I want to do. So that leaves the two other options. And if we think about the control approach, or the idea of reducing or perhaps even eliminating this uncertainty by planning for everything, take a look at this. Suppose this was your life in the past, whatever, 5, 6 months. Time axis left to right, and there were several paths that you could have taken, and you made 5 decisions, and you ended up on the red path rather than the blue path. Looks simple, right? It looks like you could have planned that out. But of course, it only works that way in hindsight. Because if we look at these things in the future, if you only look at 5 binary decisions that you make, and that's a very simple track, you end up with a decision tree that looks like this. Because obviously there's 32 different paths through this tree, 32 possible courses of action. And if you were to apply the control approach, what you would have to do is you'd have to work out 32 plans and then discard 31 of them. And that's what's going to happen essentially throughout your life. And that's exhausting. Right? I'm not a therapist or psychologist or psychiatrist, so I'm not really qualified to talk about this. But I think that that's a fast-track VIP prime first-class lottery ticket to burnout. Right? It doesn't work too well. Whereas, if we compare that to a different approach where we apply creativity, at every stage we say, okay, we'll look at the options, we're going to come up with the ideas of what to do, what's best. So at every stage here, really, what you need to think about is, okay, where do we come from? Maybe the last step or the last 2 steps. What are the options that we have now, and where do we go? And I think that is a much more manageable and a much more sustainable and probably a much more successful approach than to just plan everything or fall for the illusion that you can plan everything. So I think if we want to rank these in order of suitability, I think it's quite clear that the creativity approach is far superior to the one that tries to control everything. And yet, in business, what we typically favor is the control approach. But that's a bit weird, isn't it? Because businesses have exactly the same amount of certainty that we do as individuals. Pretty much none. There is no certainty in business. There's nothing that you can say for certain will be true for your business a year from now or 2 years from now. You might have a big opportunity. You might have a big customer that suddenly brings in a lot of revenue that lets you accelerate your growth plans. Or on the other hand, you might be dealing with skyrocketing interest rates and your financing falls apart. Or you might lose a key person and you cannot replace them quickly enough, or at least not adequately, and that derails your innovation cycle for some time. there's all these uncertainties that apply to businesses all the time, and so businesses should really very much benefit and profit really from fostering a creativity-based approach. But what we typically do get is businesses using an approach driven by control, and then sometimes to absurd ends, like asking an engineering manager what their team is going to work on 5 quarters from now. What sense does that make, right? Or launching a new product and then asking your salesperson to project monthly sales for that product until next February. How? Why? Why do businesses do this? Why does management in business skew so much toward the control approach when a creativity-based approach would evidently be so much more useful? And I have a hypothesis for this, and my hypothesis is the reason why management works this way is that pretty much every manager has gone through a very specific institution. In fact, most of us, whether we're managers or not, have gone through that institution. And that institution is school. Now, I can't speak to your personal school experience, but I can speak to mine. And I've spoken to a couple of people here that kind of confirmed mine. I can summarize most of my own schooling in 3 sentences. Here are 3 important things that I learned in all of my schooling. Here's a set of rules. Apply these rules and you will succeed. Apply them perfectly and you will excel. Does that sound familiar to me? Yes, I see people nodding. Okay. So I know for myself, for example, I know for a fact that in creative writing, I didn't write the best stories among my peers. But I understood rules, and I was able to apply them. Punctuation, grammar, syntax, spelling. And I knew that even if my writing was bland, as long as it was error-free, I would make the top grade, right? Which was a 1 in the school system that I inhabited. I think in Italy you use a 10 as a top grade, right? For simplicity, I'll keep using the ECTS scale, right? So that would be an A. So the top grade would be an A, right? Whereas some of my peers wrote much better stories, but they also put in 3 grammar glitches and 2 spelling mistakes, and they misplaced a comma, and they didn't quite apply the style rules that we were taught, and they made Cs. So right, in Italy, that would be a 7 or 8. Even though their stories were much better than me making the top grade. And I was so good at applying rules that I became a straight A student. And if grades in school actually meant anything, a straight A student shouldn't exist. Because what's a straight A student? Or making A's basically means you're above average excellent in a specific subject, and it's absolutely impossible for a child to be that in every subject in school. In the natural sciences, in history, in language, in maths, in art, shop, sports, right? You have to be above average excellent in all of them to be a straight A student. But that's not how grades work in school. They actually don't give you any kind of feedback about whether you're really good at something, whether you're excelling at something. What school does is it warps this idea of excellence to mean industrious, meticulous compliance. And I want to be very clear, there's really nothing wrong with giving children or pupils, students, we can certainly include young adults in this, tools for solving problems and then rewarding them when they apply these tools, aka these rules, correctly. But there's this real toxin that school injects into our brains. It's this idea that the difference between doing something well and doing it excellently is simply the more perfect application of the rules. And nothing could be further from the truth. What distinguishes something that's good from something that's excellent is that the excellent thing typically either results from applying the rules well and then adding a personal, original, creative touch, or to dispense with the rules altogether, or at least bend them, and something great still emerges. The former, I'd say, for example, is the reason why we find a fugue by Johann Sebastian Bach great, and the second one is why we find the music of, say, Freddie Mercury or Jimi Hendrix great, right? But in school, what many of us were taught is this: all you need to do is apply the rules more perfectly, and that will push you from being good to being excellent. And this is what I would propose as an explanation for the phenomenon of this whole alphabet soup of management fads, right? KPI, OKR, NPS, SRE, all those, right? They're all effectively rule books that people seek to apply. And managers tend to love rule books. Directors, that is, managers who hire managers, tend to love managers who love rule books also. Because as the idea goes, if you have a rule book and you apply it really well, then you'll succeed. And if you apply it perfectly, then you'll excel. So as an example, let's say Scrum is not working in our engineering organization. What we therefore have to do is apply the rules of Scrum more diligently, and then we will excel. Hell no, Scrum bag. It doesn't work that way. The fact that Scrum is failing in our organization doesn't necessarily mean that we're not applying the rules of Scrum well enough. It might mean that the rules are shit. And applying them more diligently would actually do more damage rather than improve anything. And then also there's a question of how do people write these rule books in the first place? Because obviously this doesn't work like the discovery of new laws of nature like we do in experimental physics, right? What tends to happen is a certain group of people does things a certain way, and then they spectacularly succeed at some endeavor. And then somebody writes down the things that they did in order to succeed from their perspective. But the only thing that they've really observed is correlation. They did certain things and they succeeded. They didn't necessarily succeed because they did those things. They might have succeeded because there was very good chemistry between the people. They might have succeeded because there was a creative spark that drove them forward. They might have succeeded because there was some sort of fortunate event that helped them make a big leap. But what they end up doing is they write down something that they believe are the rules of success. And of course, if I put myself in somebody's shoes like that, if I were the person originating something like that, if I myself were convinced that rule books work and rule books are really the only thing that works and that's what we need in order to be successful rather than nurturing creativity or original ideas, God forbid, then I'm going to propagate these rules in such a way that I assert that these things in fact cause success and anyone could replicate them, not because I'm malicious or anything, but because I would have sort of the same conviction in my head as my readers that that is so. But I propose that it isn't. So, ditch your rule books. Or at least if you don't ditch them, at least don't obey them blindly. Apply common sense. Contrary to what school has taught many of us, no good results await just from meticulously following the rules. So apart from reducing our dependence on rule books, what else can we do to foster creativity? What else can we do to enable people to have the original ideas that have value that we want them to have? At this stage, I want to make a book recommendation. John Cleese of Monty Python fame has written an excellent book, not a rule book, I hasten to point out, on creativity. And by the way, you're free to think about John Cleese whatever you like, but this is a good book on creativity. In this book, he asserts that the ability to let your mind wander and thereby become open to new ideas is a key element of the creative process. He calls this mental play. And this is by no means limited to music or literature or the arts. He lists several examples of mental playfulness, reading that led to groundbreaking new ideas in the world of science, of engineering, and so on. And what Cleese says is, it's essential to be able to keep our mind in this state of playfulness for some time because it does take a little while for new ideas to pop into our head. And he writes, and I quote, "The greatest killer of creativity is interruption. It pulls your mind away from what you want to be thinking about." Now consider this in view of the fact that in our industry, in the technology industry, interruption is how many organizations operate. As in, it's not even a problem that they're trying to mitigate, it's inherent to their fabric. This is true for every organization that defaults to using chat for communication. It's effectively interrupt-driven. So is every organization that has ad hoc meetings for everything. If you're a manager, I implore you, stop interrupting people. Let them think. And also, if you're a manager, this is the kind of person that you want on your team. Somebody who says or writes, I'm out of ideas on this one. I will step back and do something else and come back to this tomorrow or whenever. This is a person who has eminently understood how the human mind works. It's also a person I'm proud to call a colleague. But how many of you have had a good idea in the shower? If you have, you'll understand this, right? Stepping away and thinking about something else, whether it is work-related or not, is a productive thing to do. Enable people to do that, encourage it, support it, and do it yourself. I can tell you that every single idea that I've had for this talk came to me on a walk or on a bike ride. Every single one. I had not a single original idea for this talk sitting at my desk. Because I get ideas by being out in the open air. Other people might be getting ideas differently. Thomas Edison apparently had a lot of insights in the strange no man's land between falling asleep and being awake, just before dozing off, interestingly. Other people get ideas while they're staring out the window, or while they're in the shower. Like this guy. This is Jim Crocker, who's known as the man who saved Hubble. You see, when the Hubble Space Telescope went into low Earth orbit in the in the 90s, MEO actually, whatever, it couldn't see straight, right? Because it had this one mirror that was perfectly ground to imperfect specifications. And so they needed corrective optics. And of course, they were never envisioned in the original design. And nobody could figure out how to fit them into the telescope until Jim had a light bulb moment in the shower in a hotel in Germany. And there's another problem in which contemporary offices are a hindrance to creativity. Because in offices like the one that Jim Crocker had in the 1990s or 80s, we worked with maybe one other colleague in the room. We had stretches of time where that other person was off running an errand or taking a meeting in a conference room. You could close the door, you could put up a do not disturb sign, and do some uninterrupted thinking. But around the year 2000 or thereabouts, most of that changed rather dramatically because we got open plan offices. And they were, of course, allegedly introduced to facilitate cooperation, haha. But they also eliminated any room for uninterrupted mental play at work. And then 2010, we progressed to smartphones and tablets and other portable devices that had the ability to ping us out of playful thought at any hour of the day. And knowledge work became interrupt-driven. And if you know anything about knowledge work at all, those words should strike terror in your heart. And it's no surprise that people who rose to corporate leadership after being imprinted by an interrupt-driven work style, and we're talking people who are now in their 50s, think that such a thing is normal. And they try to impress the same thing on their reports. That's how you get to chat-driven companies. That's how you end up in a culture where people are proud of getting back to any email within 30 minutes or less, and then expecting the same from everybody else. Organizations that do this are at risk of permanently shutting down creativity and problem solving and innovation. What those companies are good for is developing efficient cookie-cutter techniques for optimizing solutions for yesterday's issues. But what we need today in a global pandemic that we still haven't shaken off, and in the roiling climate crisis that will make this pandemic look like a walk in the park, is people and organizations equipped with the mindset of the issues of tomorrow. And the first imperative for making that happen is to let people think. Now, is everything all doom and gloom? I'd say it isn't, and there are indeed some things that make me very hopeful. Some of those are related to a changed approach to creativity in education, some to a changing approach to work. So for example, in my country, as of a few years ago, it is indeed such that creativity and originality are accorded at least some merit in grading standards, and that's at the secondary school level, which is traditionally one of the most rigid ones, where I live at least. Much more still is happening at the primary and the preschool level. I see much more emphasis on thinking, on creative play and innovation in my younger kids' education than I did in my older ones. And then, of course, there's the big push toward asynchronous distributed work, where obviously it's the asynchronous bit that matters. Because an ever-increasing share of humanity is beginning to understand what it's like when you're no longer shackled to 17 Slack channels that you constantly need to watch, when you can take a walk in the middle of the day because you know it's okay to push something off for an hour, to clear your head and come up with an idea. And when instead of spending an hour in a meeting, you can spend 5 minutes reading a memo and use the other 55 minutes for thinking. And that's where things get interesting. So, default to something other than chat. Cut those stand-ups and other useless meetings. And let people think. And watch what happens. It won't be magic, it will be humanity, doing what we're good at. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We have a question from Slido, and people are asking, is agile methodology in software engineering damaging creativity?
Is agile damaging creativity? Okay, how much more time do we have? Okay. Okay, stupid consultant answer, it depends. And I'm not going to say that everything about agile is absolutely terrible. A lot of it is, though. And it turns out that, I mean, one of the things that really gets my goat is, for example, when somebody tries to sell something like Kanban as an agile method, right? This thing was developed in the 1960s and 70s by people who actually built vehicles in Japan. Like they actually built things that you could touch and then drive. So no, this is not an agile innovation. There are some things that might work in agile. Many do not. And yeah, it's like find out which are the ones that work and do those and then ditch the others.
Okay, so maybe, okay, we have one question.
Florian, awesome, just awesome. If I start making decisions just locally about maybe looking back a little bit, but
yes.
just with the, I still need some kind of idea of where I'm headed, some sort of goal.
Yes, absolutely.
Could you talk to that?
Yes, of course. So if you only look at where do we come from, where do we go next, clearly that is a too narrow view of things. You have to take it into the consideration of, okay, where do we want to go at the end? Because that's the only way that they can inform the decision of, okay, at this fork in the road, which way do I go? So yes, it is absolutely crucial that there is a clear goal and a clear objective that is known to everyone that informs that decision. But again, this is nothing new, right? You can basically read up on Auftragstaktik in the Prussian army in the 1880s, and it was in there, right? So again, this is nothing new. Yes, it absolutely is crucial, but you need to know where you want to go as a whole to make that immediate decision. Yes.
Okay, one last question. How can I prove something like this to my managers?
Prove it to them. Prove it to them will be very difficult. But what I can help with, perhaps, is I write articles about this stuff. Like I write like long form background things that are a little bit broader than what I can cover in a 25-minute talk. So if your manager can read and wants to, maybe start with that.
Okay. So, oh.
I can give an answer.
Yes.
Oh.
Please. Okay.
Okay, but sorry, I have to stop
We'll have to
it
wrap,
here,
okay.
and maybe you can.
We can take it outside, sure.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming. Go ahead.
Is it work? Okay. In the next talk, we will be talking about Magic the Gathering, and we will use Python to do some magic, right?
Sort of, yeah.
Okay, so don't forget to ask your question on Slido, and welcome Valerio Maggio.
Thank you so very much for being here. Appreciate it. So when I came up with this talk, it was like, I'm looking for something fun and interesting, at least to me, to talk about. And in particular, what I want to talk about today is about Python data model and magic methods. So we'll be going on length about it. But then I thought we can probably mix up the two things I like, as in Python and Magic the Gathering. So this is my talk. Hope you like it. In the end, you let me know. A bit of myself. I'm Valerio. I'm researcher, data scientist. Been working at university before. Now I'm actually developer advocate in Anaconda and SSI fellow. But I'm also, as you might expect, Python geek. I'm in organizing different events. PyCon Italy is one of it. There's also USciPy. Casual Magic the Gathering player. Thank you. I do have my decks with me, so if you want to play. I have a couple of questions beforehand, just to get to know you a little bit. So by show of hands, how many of you think work with data on a regular basis? Brilliant. Thank you so much. That was more than I expected. How many of you use object-oriented programming on a regular basis? Well, everyone. Good. So you're probably in the wrong room. No, kidding. How many of you actually work with data using object-oriented programming? Sort of, yeah. Is it like, yeah, maybe? So yes, exactly what I want to talk about. Because in data science, we say object-oriented programming is not for data science. Change my mind. What I want to do with this talk is actually changing your mind about that. And I want to start by thinking that data science is all about data, isn't it? When we have to work with data, we have a problem to solve, we can all agree that, in the end, data is way, way more important than models. So lots of time is spent in cleaning data, preparing data, having data in the right shape, and in doing what we hope we want them to do. But on the other hand, we have object-oriented programming, and indeed, OOP is all about data, abstractions, but still data. So the very core of object-oriented programming is shifting, the way I see it, is shifting completely the perspective from talking and reasoning about the behavior about something, so the actual algorithm from procedural programming, into thinking about data structures. So the focus there is no more about how you solve a problem, it's more about how you handle the data and how you make the data available to different other data structures. So it's more about data structure itself. So this is object-oriented programming. And, well, Python is, of course, fantastic because Python is supporting many programming styles, including functional programming without enforcing any. And this is a sort of a segue and a shameful plug of a talk I did at PyCon US this year, which was Pythonic functional ETA tools. So that talk was actually focusing more about the functional aspects of Python. This talk is actually talking more about object-oriented programming. And in fact, we want to put the focus on that in this talk. So let's start with a Python object data model. In Python, objects are abstractions for data. And in particular, everything in Python is represented by objects and relationship between objects. So the concept of objects and data in Python can be used interchangeably. If we having a function taking another function as an object, as a parameter, that's indeed an object taking another object. Objects in Python have an immutable identity. So we have the ID function that returns an integer representing this object identity. By the way, in C Python, this ID represents the memory location of the object. The is operator works on object identities. So normally, it's good practice, Pythonic way to check whether an instance is none, meaning rather than equal to none, meaning that you're actually checking if an object is the same object as the none object. Every object has a type, and the type is what determines the operations supported by this object. So, in other words, in OP terminology, we talk about methods. So, when you have an object, you have some status, and the status is represented by, you all know this, of course, is represented by the value of the different attributes, and the methods is what defines the behavior of this data structure. And finally, there's the value. So every object has a value, and the concept of value in Python object is related to another very crucial and important concept in Python data modeling, which is mutability versus immutability. The concept itself is more subtle than you think, as in when you think about containers, right? It's all about whether you instantiate an object, the value of the attributes stays the same. So it's not possible to change these values. This is what immutability means. And of course, we all know the difference between lists and tuples. They're the more famous and popular, largely used containers in Python that are essentially representative for the two categories. We have mutability versus immutability. And this is all the basic of Python data modeling, but there's also some extra things, and this is all what I want to talk about. Python magic methods, also known as dunder. What we can do with that. So before going into details, how familiar are you with the dunder methods? Pretty familiar? Would you say you use it on a regular basis? Kinda, good. So if we have a class like that, so we are defining our own class called dataset, and we also define the dunderlen method. We are essentially saying that here we can call it, we instantiate a class, and then we can use the len built-in function on this instance because of the dunderlen method. So this essentially, this method here, the dunderlen, is enabling the possibility to interact with instances in a very Pythonic way. Magic methods are just one example, the dunderlen in particular, but the whole Python data model is indeed extensive enough so that you can emulate different data types. In particular, you can emulate container types. So, for example, you can work with dunderlen, but also get item, set item, iter, and contains. The return types are particularly interesting, especially, well, get item and is what you implement when you want to have a subscriptable container. So something like instance of I is an example, like you want to access elements by index, but not necessarily like that. Even when you have a dictionary as a mapping object, you want to have a get item to access elements by key. It's exactly the same method is called underneath. The item method is particularly interesting because it has to return an iterator over the container. And so this is particularly crucial. You normally don't want to have and it's called by an iterator over a container. So you don't want to return an iterable, you want to return an iterator. I hope that the difference is clear, but if it's not, well, the talk about functional programming was all length about it. You can emulate a callable type. So you can make an object callable using flickering. Not using flickering. It is flickering again. Should be getting there. Oh, thank you. Please stay there. You really want me. God, yeah. So I shall look at it probably. If I look at you, you probably appear. If I don't,
It's the opposite. If you look it.
all right, okay. Then look at that. It is. Right. Let's try to make it reasonably acceptable. So you can have a callable object, yeah, and something you can do, for example, is you'll find out in a second. Is doing a class like that. So you can have a model that is callable, and that is not, so going back to the previous example, you can instantiate a data set, you can create a model, and you can call an instance over the data set instance. It should appear at some point. Let me try to use this one. Sorry about that. Otherwise, I turn my laptop and we do it in a different way. Sorry about the technicalities here. Right, good. So that's it. That's what you can do. So you can call an instance rather than just a class. You can emulate a numeric type, and you have all this list of some of those. There's not the full list of operations you can do. But what if you can either, for example, implement a data add like this? I switched to the adapter. Probably that was the key. I have no idea what's going on. Reduce the resolution? Okay. Oh, well, if it happens again, I will do that. No worries, no worries. That's very okay. So this is, again, the dataset class. And what I've been doing here is like, I'm not emulating a numeric type. I'm actually implementing the add operation here. And so what I'm doing here is returning a new instance of dataset. Let me do that. Good. Main display. Let's try to mirror things. So it should be probably go optimize for this one and refresh rate promotion. Right. Let's give it a go. Good. Right. So I'm actually adding and returning a new dataset which has samples, which is the sum of the two iterables there. Good. Sorry, I had to check. Now I have paranoia thing. Right. So this is the whole introduction of the topic. Let's talk about a little bit about the data challenges and let me introduce very quickly Magic the Gathering. You have to bear with me with the timing now because I can't see the time now. So for those of you not knowing, Magic the Gathering is a collectible card game that combines strategy. Oh, this is ChatGPT, by the way. I asked ChatGPT, can you summarize me for me, please, Magic the Gathering? I mean, I can't bother to do it on my own. That combines strategy, fantasy, and skill. It was created by mathematician Richard Garfield and first published in 1993. So now we're 2023, so you can essentially imagine the span of this game. In the game, players take on the role of powerful wizards using decks of cards representing spells, creatures, artifacts, and more. To defeat their opponents through tactical gameplay and resource management, players aim to reduce their opponent's life total to 0 while protecting their own. With a vast, constantly expanding universe, Magic offers a wide variety of gameplay formats, competitive tournaments, and thriving community of players worldwide. That's it. So that's Magic in short. What about the data of Magic? Well, this is how a Magic the Gathering card looks like. You have front and back. And in every single card, you have a card name, you have mana cost, you have a card art, you have edition, you have context, and you have card type. And you also have artist. So you have the artist in representing the card art. The same card can come in different arts, actually. So this is the same card from different editions, and so you have different arts there. But also the 5 main colors in the game, so you have cards from different colors. So I chose some of the very famous ones. So like, thank you, white, blue, black, red, and green. The interesting bit about all that is it does exist a website. It's called Scryfall.com. Scryfall.com is a powerful resource for Magic the Gathering. It's indeed an engine, a search engine for Magic the Gathering. And you can, and has its own domain-specific language. You can do something like, select me all the cards which are legal in this format, and they have the frame, the old frame, because you have a new and old frame. And this is what you get out of it. So you can do your own query in this database using DSL on Scryfall. But more importantly, Scryfall offers an API to get the data. So there's a JSON, essentially data coming back if you ask for it. And in particular, the card object is kind of a complex object. So this is an example of a request you can get from Scryfall. So it's a very long and complex and nested JSON data. So what you can do is essentially getting this data and work with this data. So imagine someone like myself wanting to process this JSON data, whatever they mean. So incidentally, they're Magic the Gathering data, but they're just nested data in JSON format. Normally, we can go and get the JSON data and implement some sort of parsers. My suggestion to cope with this kind of problem is instead thinking of the data abstractions you need, and then represent all the data you gather from the stream of data, represent them in data abstraction, so that your code to handle the data later on in the data science pipeline will be either more Pythonic on one hand, but on the other hand, will be way easier to handle. And let me give you an example for that. So first off, considering the JSON data we had before, we can start defining some data abstractions. And so this is an opportunity for me to introduce a little bit of other nuances that Python standard library provides. As you might have noticed, I'm just using Python standard library. I'm not using any fancy library or third-party libraries. Nothing wrong with it, just saying that Python is giving you already plenty of things you can work with. First off, I have an image tuple in the beginning. So I want to define, we have this card imagery object in the JSON, having these fields, border, crop, and crop, large, normal, small. We want to define them by name, so I want an image tuple. I can define a new enumeration there, the colors, in particular white, blue, black, red, and green in Magic, and also have the data class representing a single card. And we have everything here, and the two objects were essentially connected. So what I wanted to say there is like you can have magic. There you go. You have, you can use colors and card imagery into the data types. Yes, something else you can do is you can define a MTG dataset. This is a genuine PyTorch dataset. It's like an excerpt of a bigger code, but essentially what this is doing is reusing the same abstractions I was mentioning before in the beginning, so that you can use a get item and a len, so that dataset is indeed represented by a container you can subscribe, so because you want item by index. But incidentally, this is particularly interesting because it's using this thing like you want an item by index. If this cast doesn't exist, you can download it. You can get the image. So what this is doing is essentially returning two things. So it's giving you the card art and the set code of these cards. So and it is doing this by essentially reusing the abstractions. So if you can, this code is apart from all the boilerplate, as in if the image does exist, take it from the file system, otherwise get it, save it, and open it. That's it. But in addition to that, the label in this particular data set is returned by set code, which is an attribute from the card object. And this card object is essentially part of the initialization here, because we do have a scribal database, which is an abstraction over the full database, which has a method to retrieve a card here. You will find the link to the full code at the end of my presentation. But long story short here is like you returning an image and an information, all using properties. Thank you. Properties and attributes. You're not, for example, hard coding the fields of the JSON you want. You're abstracting out of it. So data here can come in any format. They can come in JSON. They can come in CSV. Everything still keeps on working. This is the first takeaway message. So, for example, you can instantiate a data set like that, and you can get an item here, items of 0, for example. This is calling get item, and is plotting one image of a card, still using abstraction. And again, this is very, very Pythonic, because the data you're handling is very separated by the raw data. So you've been sort of separated and managing the two things in two different ways. But something else you can do, for example, if you want to train a machine learning model there, what you can do is to pass in some, as is customary in PyTorch dataset. You want to pass on some transformation function, as in a pil to tensor function. So something you can do is, instead of wanting the image out of dataset, you might want a tensor. And again, the code here doesn't change, so the business code doesn't change at all. And you're essentially getting, instead of an image, you're getting the full tensor representing the image and the same label. But what if I want to ask you, imagine you have the same set of data, but different data problem. Instead of having, so in this particular case, this is the two examples working on the sample size, if you're familiar with machine learning. So you're working on the actual data. What if we want to, that we train the model on, what if we want to change, for example, the label? In this case, we're using, imagine we want to define a machine learning model that is able to get all the images and is predicting who's the artist creating that card art. This is an interesting problem by itself, because every single artist has its own way to design card arts. The only thing you had to change in all of this implementation was essentially this one. This line here is the label is different. You can abstract that by making, I don't know, a property. That would be way better. So, sorry, that was the very last line. But essentially is, you can define a property as a label, and you can say which is the attribute from the abstraction you want to take away from it, and it's not changing anything. You can just subclassing your MTG dataset for your own specific thing, and everything still works. And you're not hard coding anything but the way you do handle your data abstractions. So the takeaway message in all of it is Python data model is really cool, because you can work with it in a very Pythonic way. And the way in which you should use it, in my opinion, the Python data model, is by using proper data abstractions. Because it makes your pipeline very easy and maintainable in the end. I think the last thing I wanted to show you, in the interest of time, I think I have very few minutes, right? OK, so I will be taking some time for the questions to show you this, this sort of live demo. I'm crazy to show you live demos. But it's also an opportunity for me to introduce PyScript. Do you know, has any of you known about PyScript so far? Brilliant. So I will be showing an example of PyScript. For those of you not knowing, PyScript is a Python running in the browser. So let's see if I'm lucky enough to have it working. I'm relying on internet, so. Right. So essentially what this is doing is, well, this is an HTML page. And I need to see the tabs. Probably full screen is not helping. One thing you can do is, like, for example, you can go to any website here, Magic Gathering, and you can get a deck list, as in this one. Let me just get any of that, right? So getting this deck list, this is the list of cards in this deck. I want to copy and paste them into this one, and then cards have been automatically recognized. So something like, internet is not working really. Thank you, time out. So why is this interesting? So we can view the code in PyScript.com. Essentially, what I'm doing here is, interestingly enough, let me just skip to the bits which is particularly useful to talk about. You can essentially, if you want to play with this, you can copy your own project in PyScript.com and you make your own, or just run it. The link will be in the slides. But the core thing is in the data, the data module. We have the same abstraction we've been using before. The Scrifle database is here, so this is all to have this method returning data from the database using cards object. So this is essentially the middleware class you need in your pipeline that transforms data from raw format into data abstractions. In this particular case, it's called Scrifle database. And the last bit I wanted to show you here, I can't have the time. I can't explain everything in details, I'm afraid, but I'm very happy to take it offline if you're interested in how this PyScript thingy works. It's interesting that when you have parser, yeah, parser is interesting. When you're processing a deck, you can essentially when you're processing a deck, you can essentially rely on the fact that you're having, this is a data app rather than a data science app. So the reason why I'm showing you this is that the same sort of lessons can be taken away even if you're not essentially putting up a machine learning pipeline. As in, if you work with your abstractions in a way which is reliable and maintainable throughout the different processing and manipulating of data you have, this all stays in place and is still very Pythonic. In this deck is essentially I'm using these abstractions to gather information from cards. And so like a deck is a collection, is indeed a container, a collection of cards. And so you keep on having this hierarchy of objects, all very Pythonic and all very easy to work with. So that's all I have. Thank you very much. That's it. Apologies for the technical difficulties here.
Okay, so there is any question in the room? Okay, no? Okay.
Any questions at all? Do you want me to show you more in the... We have a couple of minutes if you want. Anything yeah?
Sorry, I'm just curious if you if you've used Pydantic for
Yes,
validation.
I was sort of expecting that. Pydantic is a brilliant project. I certainly recommend it. I haven't used it specifically because I wanted to, stay on the standard library side, but Pydantic is certainly the next step. So for those of you who don't know, do you all know Pydantic? So essentially, Pydantic is a brilliant project which is based on the same sort of assumptions, as in you want to have your data abstracted and you want to have a method that ensures that the abstractions is consistent throughout the APIs. Is that a good way to put it? So that's what Pydantic does, and this is very particularly useful when you're working with unstructured data like JSON. So you're making sure that your pipeline is essentially passing through the same kind of objects. Yes, absolutely. It's the next step, essentially. So when you want to sanitize your data science pipeline, Pydantic is the way, I'd say.
Okay, we have time from the very last question.
If any. Otherwise, thank you so much.
talk, Region de Scala, is going to show us how to develop modern games in Python the old school way. So don't forget to ask your questions on Slido again, and please welcome the speaker.
Thank you, everyone. So today I want to take you through a journey and explain and illustrate how it was to develop games back in the 80s and what lessons from those times we can apply today. And the great thing is that with Python, we can experience all that energy, all that enthusiasm. Will bring back joy through our dull days, you know, developing, hacking away the next REST API and a group workflow, etc. So just to introduce myself, I'm an engineering manager in Red Hat. I work in the telco space. And I started programming back in the 80s when I got my first computer. And I was wondering, does anybody recognize the computer that I'm showing here? Oh, hello? Can you hear me? Test, test? Oh, maybe it isn't on. Oh, basics. Just a second. Is it on? Okay, sorry. Okay. Try now? Hello? 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 Okay. Brilliant, thank you. Yeah, I never really learned how to use technology even back in the day. So, but this is a Commodore VIC-20, one of the first microcomputers introduced by Commodore in 1981. And this was the first screen that you got when you switched on the computer, basically. Just a prompt, pure bliss, beckoning you to start entering your first line of BASIC. And you would get one of these. You don't get these anymore in your laptops and your desktop computers. They were fantastic because this was the first real introduction to computing, to programming that a little child like me would get. And you can see here, this was Commodore's implementation of, well, actually Microsoft's implementation of BASIC called Commodore BASIC. And you would get listings, such as this one, that your father, well, actually my father, would type in during some lone nights. And this one actually, I still remember my father typing in and greeting me in the morning when I woke up to this. The problem with my father's implementation is that it contained a bug that when this tank battling the UFO got struck, it would leave its wreck inside the gameplay, and it would not be deleted. It was a bug, right? But my father said, well, it's more fun this way because you can hide behind the wreck, right? It was my first experience of bug becoming a feature. And, well, you know, as a programmer, you started with BASIC, but very soon you would find yourself quite limited because BASIC is not fast on that computer, especially on that kind of microprocessor. So you were forced, therefore, to use machine code, right? You would have, essentially, you would need to put in your opcodes inside, the hexadecimal equivalent of opcodes inside. And this example here shows the kind of juggling that you needed to do. So you had to write your basic program, and you would then try to put your machine code instructions directly in the memory. You would get something like this at the end. The best thing about learning to program in this way is that you realize that memory is just a giant array, right, that you can index and you can modify. And then you would, through this command, jump to this instruction, and then the program counter would basically increment and go through this. So it's a kind of, if you see it with the lens of today, it's a kind of way, it's obviously a hack, right? But it's a kind of way to try to optimize the performance of your program itself. However, one problem with this approach is that obviously you would need to have enough memory to store your basic program and also the instructions, and that became quite clumsy. But you can see here how it would be translated. So getting performance right was basically interfacing with the computer one layer deeper and looking at the machine instructions. And it's funny that recently, PEP 6589 is actually looking at that to increase the performance of the Python interpreter, looking at the opcodes in this case, and seeing if there are opportunities for specializing the opcodes, right? Looking at how the program actually is using data in that case and instructions, and changing, quickening these instructions or merging them together, which is exactly what a computer programming knowledgeable in assembly language would do to optimize their programs. And this was my second computer, the glorious Commodore Amiga. It was the first true multimedia computer. And a kid like me, now in my teens, would have this tool chain ready to develop their own programs. Deluxe Paint, which is a pixel editing program graphics package. This is ProTracker, which is a module tracker that you can compose it's different from a sequencer. It's basically a series of instructions, again, that represent notes and various effects applied to those notes across 4 channels that the Amiga had. And Amos, written by the genius programmer François Lyonnais. And this was a very high-performing basic implementation for Amos that had a brilliant debugger. So the debugger, the cool thing about this is that the debugger allowed you fast feedback loops. So you would code, look at the result of your code, and go back and forth again, which is the secret of rapid programming, is shortening these. So you can see Deluxe Paint, and quote from John Carmack, they actually use this all the way through Doom, going down to Doom, actually, to do this, the PC version, and I think even beyond that with Quake. And you can get a very good re-implementation of this in JavaScript, and even a Python implementation of that that you can use. And this is how it looks when it's actually executing a tracker module. And the cool thing about modules is that you can open them, you can take a look at the code, you can actually use the instruments themselves, and these modules would get exchanged between people meeting up at events like this. So these were disk swapping parties where no internet. What you would go is you would go there, you would copy software, and you would exchange disks. And these disks would contain the modules that you would take at home, inspect, learn how to compose your own music, use the same samples, or mix them together. And then you would learn through a kind of open source version of music how to compose. And many popular DJs got their start through module trackers like these. And the resulting thing, this is not a LAN party or anything like that. It is a LAN party, but really it is a demo C party. So people then becoming really good at machine code, becoming very good at composing music and graphics, would then meet together, have competitions, and try to become the best at the game through these meetings. And the cool thing is that now there's an enormous amount of modules, right? So these modules have been basically distributed all over the world, and you can actually track a little bit of the genealogy of these modules, because you can pick a module and see the author, where they took those modules, right, from other modules. And it's like basically people sharing their songs. You can actually go back and understand how that song was shared through time. And it's actually quite fascinating to see. Now, what does this really mean for us using Python today, right? You can still use these tools, and they're actually quite effective, and I'll show you how we can accomplish this. One last stop through time, discovery of GNU Linux. This was my first distribution, the almighty Mandrake 8. And Mandrake contained this program, this game, Frozen Bubble. I remember when I installed Mandrake, I was completely a beginner in terms of Linux. And I immediately started this little program. And I was blown away by how polished it was. It felt arcadey, it felt professional. And it was written in a language. Does anybody recognize this language? It is Perl. So this program, so polished and everything, was written in Perl, right? And it's amazing, just the fact that you don't, what I really understood from this is that you don't really need to write your game in C or C++ or any other high-performing language if you know what you're doing and if you know exactly, if you have a good design, if you understand what really is important for the player. For me, it was absolutely mind-blowing that I could play something like that on a Linux distribution. And that got me engaged, actually, with Linux, I have to say. Python and Kiwi. Kiwi, which is a framework for rapid development of graphically rich applications. And the great thing is that you write your application in Python, very easy to use, especially if you have experience already with UIE frameworks. It works in a very familiar way. And you can distribute your program on almost basically all the most common platforms. And the great thing is, again, you can get started very quickly. Install it, write your first application, hello app importing from app, and then this method is executed when you run your program, and it will produce something like this. Obviously, hello world, very limited, but it is actually a great way to develop then, to build upon your program, and you can accomplish a lot of things that you would typically do in high-performance GUIs, and even using the most modern JavaScript frameworks. But you still use a very nice language like Python. And it comes with Bulldozer, which is a fantastic build tool that eases the effort, actually, of building, packaging your program for all these kinds of platforms. So write your Python program once, say, in Python, distribute to all the other platforms. And I'm honored to have core contributors from Kiwi attending today, perhaps even a little bit nervous. But it's actually, what you actually can do is, if you've written a little bit of JavaScript, you absolutely probably hate dealing with the DOM directly. So there is a very nice DSL, domain-specific language, in which you can write the layout directly. And then this gets called directly automatically when you run your program. And you can do pretty complex things. I won't, obviously, I won't put anything more complex than my skills can get to. But it's the really interesting point about using Kiwi is that when you write a game on a platform like Android or iOS, you're not so really concerned about whether that game has a native look and feel for Android or for iOS. In the end, this is what the players are used to seeing custom UIs. So it actually works very well, although Kiwi is not a native framework for a UI, of course. But if you want, you can get it to start it that way, and you can get some pretty good professional results. Kiwi is extremely fast. It was actually compared to Flutter recently. There's a very good YouTube video that demonstrates the comparison between Flutter and Kiwi actually comes first in terms of performance, pure performance. Although the package itself is bigger than Flutter's, it actually performs better. And there is support also for 3D, although it's not as featureful, of course, as Unity, Unreal Engine, and Godot. You can still accomplish quite good results if you limit your aspirations, of course. And there's Keyvent, which also deals with event-driven game operations, like typically managing sprites or the equivalent of sprites. And there's a physics engine that you can bundle together to get that kind of, the kind of results that you would expect a modern game to have in terms of realism in managing events. It was pointed out that Keyvent is currently unmaintained, so that's a great opportunity for anybody who wants to take on this project, again, in Python. And I mentioned the modules just before. With SDL Mixer, you can actually use those modules as music inside your game. And the advantage is that modules are very small in terms of size. So the fact that they're so small means that they won't bloat your package when you ship it. And one of the things that you do have to consider is that if you ship an MP3 or a log file, obviously that will increase significantly. And most often the drop in quality is not that big enough to discard the option of using modules. So I haven't given you complete detail about Bulldozer, but what you essentially need to do is you package your modules as part of the bundle. And I've actually got a patch for quite a little bit old version of Python for Android. I'll update that in the coming weeks, but you can already take a look at how you can do this if you're interested in using that. New Python, old tricks. The reason why I wanted to start from back in the 80s is that it turns out that a lot of the performance optimization tricks are applicable even now with Python. The golden rule is do as little as needed, not as much as possible, which is what Henk Kraaienhof, a great Dutch coach here, trying to cheer up athlete champion Nelly Koeman, prescribed for high performance. And that's exactly it. You need to try to do as little as possible rather than try to push as the framework to its limits. For example, here, again, this is an Amiga demo. This is around 1,024, I think, dots being drawn here on the screen. How are you able to achieve something like that? Well, you don't compute mathematically intensive functions. What you do is you pre-compute them before. Especially if the range, the domain of your input is actually quite bounded and well known. For example, sine tables. You could pre-compute them and avoid doing the computation, and you just look up them. And if I actually do the experiment, you'll see that, for example, mathsin, which is, I think, implemented in C in Python. I need to check. But if you pre-compute it and do a lookup, then you get basically a 50% increase in performance, which is not bad, right? It can be actually a deal breaker when you're doing your action. Second golden rule of performance optimization is always test your performance optimizations. It seems quite trivial, but really what you need to do is you guess that perhaps a particular performance optimization, say table lookups are faster. You compute the result of what you expect will be the results of your performance optimization, create a performance test, experiment, and in that case, indeed, it was faster, so that's fine. But it's very important, always test, especially on the platform that you're targeting. Another performance optimization is disabling garbage collector, which is something that Python allows you to do. Garbage collection is troublesome because it can kick off at any moment inside your game. And that stutter is especially annoying when you're particularly in arcade games. Obviously, disabling it means that you need to pay very good attention at the memory increase, right? Because at that point, cyclic references are not being taken care of. What you can do is you can disable it first before the game level starts, if you have levels, and then you run the level, you enable it when the level ends, and you collect. So you can actually do this, and at that point, any cyclic references will be taken care of by the garbage collector. But it's very cool. I don't think many other languages allow you to do this. Obviously, you need to pay attention to the memory growth. Object pools. This is another very good old school performance optimization technique. Instead of allocating on the fly, which can be resource intensive, so for example, in C, writing a C program on the Amiga is troublesome because you need to invoke the malloc, right? The malloc function to get your memory and allocate it. Instead, what old programmers used to do is they allocate everything beforehand, and then they reuse objects while they're, for example, if you have an enemy, or you create a pool of enemies, you take the enemy is defeated during your game, and then it goes back into the pool, and then you basically dress that enemy up and reuse the basic data structure. You avoid allocations as much as possible. And to keep track of whether this is successful, you can use this debugging option, debugging function that Python provides. Delegate expensive algorithms. So expensive algorithms such as nested loops, numerical computations. What you can do is you can write the function in Python, which Kiwi uses heavily for performance optimizations. You could write it in C, and then use libffi, the foreign function interface, to call that function. Like, for example, recently I've been writing a dual matching game. And there's a lot of algorithms on trying to understand where you have a match that then gets taken off, right? So you write all those functions in C, in an efficient language in C, and then you can use that library in C. Always consider, however, the fact that you need to transfer the data, right? The data that is in the Python interpreter's memory or virtual machine's memory needs to get serialized and translated and basically offloaded to the function, and then the result comes back. So you have to keep track of that, of course. That's why you need to test. And or you can even try using something like MyPyC. There's another performance optimization trick around that, but we'll cover it just in a moment. Why is it important to always test, right? Because, for example, I had a question whether range, if I re-implemented the popular Python range function, would I actually get good time savings if I did it in Python instead of C? Because at the end, Python does translate the function or the module into C. So I created a perf test. I ran the perf test. And actually, you can take a look at the code, CFFI test in my GitHub. And I discovered that actually CFFI is faster, not only faster than Python range, but even faster than the range function itself provided by Python. Of course, there are trade-offs here, right? But still, I thought that they would be comparable. It's almost an order of magnitude in this case of performance difference. So always test. Lastly, Nuitka. I don't know if people have heard about Nuitka. Yes, excellent tool, quite mature, although it's not as mature as CPython. But what you can do is you can basically compile the whole Python program into a single executable. This happens because Nuitka translates it again into C and then compiles everything together. And you can ship that. So next time that your friend who uses Go teases you about shipping one file, then basically just point him to you or her to Nuitka and just laugh the rest of the day away. Don't forget that there is a very good presentation tomorrow about Kiwi by Mirko. If you're more interested in Kiwi, he's very experienced, so he will guide you through a little bit more detailed walkthrough of Kiwi, the framework itself. Conclusions. Avoid programming dogmas, right? Python is a perfectly good language. If you know EVE Online, EVE Online's client and server was written in stackless Python, a different implementation of Python, but still, it was Python. So, there are ways, and now that Python has almost more than 30 years of age, there are ways to get around the most common performance pitfalls. Python can give you a good trade-off in power, flexibility, being able to use all those libraries and modules that you don't get in Godot, for example, or other frameworks. Solve performance problems by learning these, the typical pitfalls that game programmers used to run into using the day. And try taking kind of a more relaxed approach to composing your music and your graphics. These are simple programs, but very effective. There's a lot of literature around these, so you might find them easier to use than Photoshop or more complex packages. We already talked about proving performance optimization. Barely good enough is good enough, right? You don't need to go for the full-blown framework necessarily to achieve that kind of indie game feel or that limited game design that you feel might be a breakthrough for your career as a game developer. And most importantly, working in a language so pleasant and joyful like Python will boost your productivity. I think this is the most important thing, right? Many frameworks do implement a kind of a clone version of Python, but it's still not Python. Python is so pleasant to use that I believe that it will actually improve your the enjoyability of programming and bring you back into that enthusiasm, right, that you might have lost after 10 or more years of professional development. Don't lose that. Programming is still fun. I think every programmer should, once in their lives, try to program a game. It's an incredible learning experience. So why not doing it in Python? That's it. Hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you. We have some questions from Slido. How much of the work does Kiwi cover when it comes to feeding on-screen sites for the case, for example, of distributing an app for all platforms?
So in terms of adapting the screen size, I believe, right? So Kiwi actually is very flexible in this regard, right? So it is, you need to understand, first of all, what kind of game you're doing, right? If the game tolerates on a mobile platform moving the device in landscape or in vertical mode, but it will give you the same facilities as the typical GUI would give you. So you are able then to resize your windows and on a desktop platform, of course. There is a little bit of management that you need to take into consideration, especially on UIs that you will believe cannot tolerate flexibility, right? But it does a lot of the heavy work for you and in a very efficient way indeed.
Okay. Do we have some question from the room? Anyone in the room? Oh, okay.
What happens with the Python source? Is it still shipped with when you build the package? If you're doing something professional, you want to also hide your code in some way. So
right.
What happens?
Right. Yeah. So that's actually a very good question. So it does get shipped in the traditional delivery mechanism. So that you would. So if you inspect the jar file, I believe you will be able to see the Python sources that you haven't compiled, for example. Right. So you cannot really obfuscate as much, or you cannot protect, right, if you have copyright or intellectual property. You might want to compile those modules so they are actually shippable as compiled. One thing that you might want to look into is, as you know, the Python interpreters does compilation, right, of Python. You would get traditionally the PyC files, right? Potentially you could just ship those, right? It's a little bit, and they will still execute.
Yeah, I'm Gabriel Petier, T-Shirtman. So what happens is indeed that we do ship the PyO, so the optimized version of the PyC. So like what you get when you inspect the jar file, the APK, is that you get that. So it's not exactly the source, but it's really easy to use this tool to reverse that. But indeed, you can take your Python source, and before building the APK, you can convert that to C with either Nuicta or Cython, and compile that, and only ship that. So this way, you only have binaries in your APK. So by default, yes, the source or close enough are in the APK, but it's not like if it's a concern, you can relatively easily fix that. So that shouldn't be a problem.
Very good. Yeah, I mean, games like Minecraft, for example, the Java version of it, I believe they had a similar problem, right? And they tried to obfuscate, of course, the code. But you can still reverse engineer the program. It's easier, of course, than reverse engineering a binary file, but you can still get back to it. So as T-Shirt Man was saying just before, it's your nickname, of course, a co-contributor to Kiwi. You need to take that into consideration, exactly what is the intellectual property that you need to protect. And then perhaps you might want to compile using Cython, or you want to, obviously Cython requires you to rewrite or annotate really your Python source code. Now it's much easier to do that because you can use typing annotations instead of Cython specific annotations that were a little bit ugly. And now it's more pleasant to use. But yeah, that's a very good point, right? If you were shipping a commercial game, you might not want to reveal certain things.
Okay, we have time for the very last question.
Are there any plans for adding some just-in-time compiler for improving the performance of Kiwi? Because for drawing the graphic, playing music and so on, it's fast because we are calling the C runtime. But if you have business logic in Python, then performance can be a very important thing. And if you have a just-in-time compiler, it helps a lot.
Right. So I think, at the end, I believe that Kiwi uses, it depends on the Python implementation that you're using, right? Kiwi itself does not do those kind of optimizations. What you can do, for example, when I was saying use object pools, these can be widget pools, right? Instead of creating widgets in Kiwi, you reuse them, you create a pool of widgets. But that's, these kind of optimizations are the maximum thing that you can do in Kiwi. You need to look into what your implementation of Python provides. And 3.12, as I mentioned before, does give you a kind of just-in-time optimization or quickening of those machines. So there are other possible ways you could look into its compatibility with other implementations of Pythons like PyPy or Jython. But to get into the beaten path, then I would stay with CPython and do those kind of optimizations that I was suggesting before. Oh, yes, I answered your question.
Okay, so time's over for question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anvisha.
There's a match between your title on the website and the slides. So which one is the right one? Is it alternating or altering?
Meeting like
This is what I remembered, but I wanted to be
yes.
sure. Sorry about that.
Yes.
It's quite demanding Good. Marco, could you close the door, please? Fabulous. Thank you so very much for being here. This is the last session of the day, and it's an extreme pleasure for me to introduce you Avisha. And I'm really thrilled and looking forward to our talk, Altering Lives with Communities. Speaking with communities, it's very interesting how Avisha and I met. I was PyCon Sweden. Incidentally, the first time I was there, the last November. So talking about communities, it's a very vibrant community in PyCon Sweden. Despite the fact, it was the first time for me, despite the fact they're having like the 12th conference last year, wasn't it? So there was long history of Python conferences in Sweden as well. And we had this conversation in the social event. It was like, it would be fantastic if you can have a keynote about what you're going to talk about at PyCon Italy, and here it is. So thank you so very much for accepting our invitation, and looking forward to that. Just a very small announcement before we start. If we have time, Avisha will take questions. Otherwise, you can. She will stay in with us for the whole conference. So probably too close to the thing. If that's not going to happen, the Q&A, you can reach out to her during the whole conference and have a chat. She will be more than happy to do that. So please welcome Avisha.
Thank you for the warm welcome. I hope I am audible. Okay. Now, can you follow, if I ask to do you something, can you do that for me? Okay. Can you clap your hands? Can you all stand up and clap your hands? Valerio, can you please take this picture and tell, and also then I'll show that I got a standing ovation. Got you.
Okay, that's it, goodbye.
Yes. So, PyCon Sweden 2022. I gave a talk titled as Python for Everyone. Yes, it is. And it was bad. Actually, bad is an understatement. It was horrible. The label was not fitting me. There were some technical issues. I started late than the scheduled time, and I had my slides on a website, hosted on a website, and never downloaded them. And you know what happened? Yes. How wonderful. I hate technology. Anyways, after the talk, I was in a very bad mood. I was in a, my talk was bad, this kind of mood. Then, suddenly, some random attendees started coming up to me and said, hey, Anvesha, we really liked your talk. Like, it was very helpful and inspiring. I was like, wow, people in the conference are so polite. At the conference dinner, Valerio, he came up to me and said, Anvesha, the talk was really nice. Do you want to do a keynote at PyCon Italy? He further explained the conference and the setup and everything, and he ended with, we also serve wine for lunch. And I was like, I know this is a trick. My talk was bad. It was very bad today. How come you can invite me for a keynote? And which developer conference serves wine for lunch, huh? So I thought it's a joke. I came back home, and guess what? I actually get an invitation email. And after fathoming the fact that it is not a joke, but a real invitation, I very, very gladly accepted the invitation. Then comes the tricky part. What to talk about? The talk topic. And I knew what it is. Legal it is. I am going to talk about all difficult legal theories in throwing big words at you in a very serious tone. I drafted the first sketch and went to my mentor, Tom Callaway, with that. Tom saw this first scratch and he was like, yeah, it's good. But Anvesha, do you want to talk about your journey instead? My journey? It's not interesting. No. It's like, What is so special about it? Then Tom said, calm down. Okay, so you thought your talk was bad, but still you got an invitation for keynote. Now you think your journey is not interesting, but it might be. For some people at least. Like many of us over here, I too deal with imposter syndrome on a regular day basis. And I tell you, it's an actual battle to fight with. So what do I do then? I go to my safety circle, to my friends, and ask for their feedback. Their constructive criticism not only helps me to progress in my journey, but also to get me out of that mental dilemma. So I urge all of you to have that safety circle, to have a bunch of friends to whom you can go to get your feedback. Now, I'm very much sure you can get at least some of them in this conference and in this wonderful community, Python community, as I did. Now, going back to the video call. Now, we were in this call with, I was in this call with Tom. Tom made me do an exercise. He asked me to think about the talks I liked and remember till date. I did the same. And I found one common similarity between all the talks. They all were telling compelling stories. Not some hard piece of code, not some legal theories, or describing or defining some high-level strategies, but essentially they were telling simple stories. All of them were told in a format of stories. So I knew that stories, it is for me, because stories has the power to connect with everyone. It does not matter what your background is, where you're coming from. It connects with all of us. So, welcome everyone to this storytelling session where we talk about some impossible aspirations and dreams, failure and successes, and most importantly, luck. And how the open source communities, being member of different open source communities, changed my life and the direction of my life and my journey. But before that, a little bit introduction about myself. Hello, I'm Anvesha Das. I'm a Master of Laws by education and technologist by passion. I help free and open source communities around the globe with my technical, legal, and organizational skills. I'm a fellow at Python Software Foundation. I am a proud PyLady. I'm an organizer at PyLady Stockholm, and I led PyLady's efforts in India. I work at Red Hat. I wanted to wear that, but I could not. It's like I have become too Scandinavian for that, it seems. I write my blog at anveshadas.in. On a personal note, I'm a dancer, a knitter, and a mother to an 8-year-old Pi, who is the youngest volunteer in this conference. So, let's start from the start and let's read the book a little backwards. A long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, I was a lawyer, a pretty successful one. I had two assistants carrying my laptops with me, typing for me, like starting from my emails to my petitions, different drafts, letters, and even my social media posts. From there, I am this software engineer who has to carry her own rugged backpack by herself. Now, it is the time for you to make the judgment on my judgment-making skill and question, why did you do that to yourself? Oh, and run away maybe. I don't see anyone running away, so you may be like, why did you do that to yourself? So why did I do that to myself? Let us figure it out. 2015 is the year when everything changed in my life. I was a new mom. And so like all new moms, the majority portion of my day was being spent feeding this little creature. Now, breastfeeding is a loving feeling and everything, But did anyone ever tell you that breastfeeding is boring? So I started reading books, whatever I can, in the house. And I found one book in the corner shelf. This book. What is this book? This actually talks about law, policy, and tech at the same time. I became interested, and I started to read about it. And it opened a new horizon of possibilities to me. I studied cyber law and intellectual property in my bachelor's course, but I never knew what happens under the hood. What happens in the industry when these two very important and powerful mediums collide with each other. And how do they work with each other? It was fascinating for me. Now, so I decided in one fine early morning that I am going to start my career in law, policy, and tech. So I'm sure I was not drunk then. But how come I made that decision in one go? Was it a reasoned decision? No. I took a plunge on my passion. For me, at least for me, passion works the best. Because when you're passionate about something and you're getting into this journey where you don't know what the problems you are going to face or what are the battles you are going to fight, passion is what keeps me going every day. Also, if you cannot make it, or if I cannot make it at the end, then I'll be happy during the journey because I'm connected to the goal. So that was a moment of serendipity for me. I was ready to welcome the change with my open arms. I'm sure you will face these kind of moments in your life, maybe in this conference itself. I have only one request. Do not shut your eyes out of that. Give them a little chance. It might change your life for better. At least it did for me. So when I look back and now talk to you, I said one thing that I was ready for the change. How come I can be ready? Like, what is the reason for my readiness? The reason for my readiness was lying on my lap, my daughter. I wanted the world to be a better place for my daughter and for the generations to come. And how come me joining law, tech, and policy will do that? Doesn't make any sense. It does actually. So our world is facing multifaceted problems now, starting from poverty, refugee crisis, global warming, and on top of everything, an active war. Now, synergy of both law and technology cannot eradicate those problems, but definitely it can provide the platform for those solutions to those problems. We have entered into this new era, the new era of technology where our world is built around technology using computers. The laws helped us so far in our civilization needs to be amended to fit into our new reality. The policymakers should have a basic grasp of technology, and the technologists needs to have a basic understanding of how law works. We, the people who have the knowledge of technology, we are in a very privileged position. How? We get one of the good jobs. We are considered to have a high-profile career, and we get good amount of salary if you compare with other different professions. Now, but rarely we do see the larger potential, the power we have, that we have the power to change the world with our knowledge. We teach programming, but rarely we talk about ethics. How a small algorithmic change can affect the lives of millions around the world. It happened before, it is happening now, and it is going to happen in future. Many times the code we write can put human lives in danger. So when we write an apparent innocent piece of code, we should keep this bit in mind. We should keep this possibility in mind and see the bigger picture. I had the legal mind, and now what I needed was to gain technical knowledge. But technology, the world of computers, was complete alien to me. I got my first computer when I was 21. I had, as I said, I had cyber law in my bachelor's LLB course, law course. I thought I should have some cyber knowledge for that. Now, what I found in reality was astonishing, the gap between law and technology. That I never really needed that technology knowledge to pass the cyber law exam. Mugging up some basic theories of like legal theories and acts and rules and understanding some how law works was good enough for me to score a good marks. Let me elaborate on this point a bit. Now, during college days, we learned IP address to be an unique address for each computer in the whole wide world in the universe. Means we learned no two computers in the universe can have same IP address. So, and our whole understanding of legal philosophies and how cyber law works was based on that. When I got to know what is possible with technology and what is the reality, I was, least to say, I was kind of devastated. Both these technologists and the lawyers, the legal world, they both use language as their tool to accomplish their job. But both of these parties do not understand what the other is saying. So it's a complete API input and output mismatch, to say the least. Now, my first successful interaction with computer was with Sphinx, our favorite documentation tooling. I wrote my dissertation using Sphinx, and the output was way more professional than what my professors saw then. And they thought that I took someone else's book and changed the cover of it. They actually accused me of plagiarism. Now, it is not a problem for the people who we can see over here, but it is a problem for many of us who we cannot see over here. So, when we are helping out new people, we are mentoring new people, we should not start the conversation as we all know, you must know. If you say those kind of comments, you make those kind of comments, it makes the person, the mentee, go into a shell and not asking more questions. So please be aware of that. Now, from Van's book, the chapter I became interested was on software patenting. I started reading about software patenting more and more, and I gave my first talk on software patenting, Anatomy of a Software Patent, at a renowned free and open source conference in Singapore in 2016. There, post my talk, I was having a conversation with Keith Berglett, CEO of Open Invention Network. He gave me a very important suggestion which changed the course of my career. He said, Anvesha, I think you should focus on licensing instead of patents. He also made it very clear why software licenses is at the very basis, at the very foundation of this whole software industry. From then, I shifted my whole focus into software licensing, but I was not being able to understand much because I did not understand technology. For me, library is this. I never knew there existed a different kind of library, which is this. Now, so I wanted to dissect this different license text. I started with GPL and found this very interesting phrase, linking. I could read that it comes from the C programming land, but I did not no programming. So I was not being able to understand it. So someone said that, Anvesha, start learning C. I started learning C, and I failed miserably. The syntaxes, the steps of writing and compiling was too confusing and complicated for me. As a lawyer and as a novice towards technology, I needed something which is simple, easy to read, and not that complex as C, also which has a similarity with the way we speak. And then Python came for rescue. Python gave me the wings to fly. I have been surrounded by Python programmers for years by then. But now I did not wanted to learn from them. I wanted to learn with my group, with my peer. So I started searching for some groups, like similar groups, and how magically I found PyLadies in my then town, Pune, PyLadies Pune. Now, I have a question. How many of you know about PyLadies here? Okay. Now, for you who do not know, PyLadies is a global non-profit organization which helps women and friends to become an active member of Python community. One of the person who initiated this whole idea is here with us today, Audrey. Thank you, Audrey, for all your work. Your initiative, PyLadies, changed my life. Thank you so much. But unfortunately for me, PyLadies Pune was not active then. So I decided, for my own selfish interest, I want to reboot PyLadies Pune. What is the certain basic conditions or basic things you need to fix when you have to organize something? First, you need the venue. So for the venue, I went to my now employer, Red Hat. Red Hat has been a support for open source communities around the globe for many years. I went to Red Hat Pune, and Red Hat gave us the first venue for organizing PyLadies Pune in the Red Hat Pune facility. Now for the speaker, again I went to my Red Hat friends. They very gladly accepted the invitation and to be a speaker and mentor for PyLadies. Then come the most important part, gathering my group. Now I announced the event and waited till the July 2016 came. July 2016, PyLadies Pune rebooted after a long hibernation. What a colorful group we were. We inspired each other, we tried new things, we triumphed and pondered with each other. Now, we boosted each other's morale when in need. And I'm still friends and very, very connected to that particular chapter. When I embarked into the journey of in the tech field, my hook was not technology. Rather, it was always law and legal. I wanted to solve the legal problem in the technology world with the help of technology. When we think about project ideas, it is always advisable that we take something which solves our own problem rather than solving someone else's problem. So if you are solving your problem, then you are connected with the problem and it will ease your life. So, and you will not leave the project in between. I did the same. I followed the rule. And I came up with this idea for a project of analyzing licensing scenario in different software ecosystems, starting with Python and Fedora. Now, this was a simple Python project with my very basic Python skills. It was based on for loops, nothing fancy. For Fedora, I checked all the approved packages, which is 19,221 to be precise. And for PyPI, I checked top 2,500 packages. And after that, I started submitting PRs to those projects, which does not have a license or which does not have a proper license, like suitable license. Now, it not only gave a very clear picture of the licensing scenario, that which licenses are being used the most, which are being favored by the developer, but also gave a very clear mindset, like very clear picture of the developer mindset. Really? How? Now, at the end of it, I am a lawyer, and I'm going to bore you. I got this stage of keynote. I'm going to bore you about licenses. Please bear with me. So what is software license? Software license is not merely fixes the term of distribution. It denotes something more than that. It denotes certain principles, school of thought, ethos, and state of spirit. Now, when you choose a software license, you are essentially making the boundary, you are making the limit for your project. You're choosing your users, your contributors, and your community. Therefore, if you want to contribute and if you want to have a project in this genre, then I think a basic understanding of software licensing is essential for each of the developers. Now, there is another point of caution over here. Please do not invent your own license. Please. Why do I say that? Let me give you a practical example of a license which I found in PyPI when I was analyzing PyPI. So there is this software where the developer has put this thing as license, this text as license. You can use my software if you buy me a free beer. Great, amazing. Now let us define it in the practical scenario. So you live in Florence. You got very interested and you want to use this software which is written by a developer who lives in India. So what do you have to do? You have to take an Indian visa, then take a 17-hour flight, fly to India, grab that developer, give him a free beer, again come take a 17-hour flight back home and start using it. Is it possible? No. Yes, great, someone said it. And is it viable? No. Is it doable? No. Then please don't do that. There are legal experts who has already written several licenses which will definitely suit your need. Choose from them. Now, people like us who does not have a job, which was my situation then, and also does not have a university degree and a certification, it is very difficult for us to showcase the world what we are capable of, what we are working on. So, as Carlton said in his talk in the morning, it's contributing to open source projects plays a huge role in that. Apart from that, social media comes in handy, writing blog posts and attending conferences, giving talks at conferences plays a very crucial role to that. Now, I started submitting CFPs in different conferences so that I can get the validation, the feedback from the community and to see that whether I am on the right track or not. And the first talk which got selected was at PyCon India 2016. It was a very special conference for me for many different reasons. First, I was introducing PyLadies to the Indian Python community for the first time. This was the first time in history we were doing that. It was a hard battle, but at the end of it, we fought it and we won it. And also there's a small initiative which I started. India is kind of a big country, and I figured out that having only one PyLadies chapter will not suffice all our needs. Therefore, I decided and I started this initiative that in each PyCon we'll have one new PyLadies chapter at least added to the PyLadies India umbrella. And from 2016 to 2019, from one active chapter, we became up to 8 active chapters. This is one thing I'm very, very proud about. Thank you. Now, secondly, my talk got selected and I was giving a talk on licensing. Now, when I talk to you and then I figure out that my life is actually magical. Why? By reading whose book I started my journey. Van Lindbergh, he was there. He was keynoting at that PyCon. He was there in my first talk where I was talking about licenses. And when I was going through my slides in the presentation and he was actually nodding, I can't tell you how surreal it was. I actually cannot be more grateful to my fortune for that moment. Now, thirdly, in the conference, I was introducing myself as an individual. This is the most important thing that happened in PyCon India that year. It was the opportunity for me, for the community, to see that who I am and to recognize me for what I am. So we face this situation where both the partners are working in the same field. Now, what is the responsibility for a community member? As a community member for us, that it is utmost important that please do not judge one partner for the deed of others. Here comes the story of another conference, PyCon Pune 2017. Here I contributed as the conference organizer for the first time. Also, it was my first time to work with hardware. And thank God for finding out that hardware is fun. Previously, I was told that only superbly talented, gifted technologists can work with hardware. So I did a project using MicroPython on a ESP8266 board designed in a shape of cute little bunny by Dr. Terry Oda and John Hawley. The project was that the right ear of the bunny will lit up whenever someone mentions me over Twitter. I, with no previous hardware knowledge or with MicroPython, could do the project within a day in a sprint. Thank you, John and Terry, for busting the myth that hardware is hard for me. Now, there is another thing very important I learned that day, that you get many different advices, and right now I'm giving you a lot of advices. So all the advices should not be followed, because what is true for me cannot be true for everyone. Try, fail, and then decide not to do it. Just do not follow any advice, closing your eyes. Now, the good reviews at PyCon India gave me the courage to submit talk in PyCon US. And guess what? My talk got selected. I was scared to give this talk. I was giving talk in front of a bunch of upstream developers who are best in their work in the world. It was a difficult proposition for me. But to my surprise and happiness, the talk was very well accepted. People started coming up to me after the talk and asking me questions about licenses, patenting, and legal stuff. And also, I found out later that Dr. Brett Cannon, the CPython co-developer and the steering council member, he chooses a different license for his personal projects after listening to my talk. That feels nice. PyCon US that year also gave me the opportunity to mingle with the global Python community and to see that how wonderful and welcoming it is. They welcomed me with open arms, and I found my friends whom I call family now. There's a very funny, nice incident that happened, humbling incident that happened that year as well. So Bradley Kuhn from Software Conservancy was there in the Software Conservancy booth. And now I look up to Bradley. So I was very apprehensive going and talking to him. And when I went, and finally I went and talked to him and gave my introduction and what I am talking about the next day, he actually took out time, like 2.5 hours, sat with me and polished my talk. And also, he figured out, he explained different legal theories and what is happening in the software industry. It was so humbling. I felt so privileged that a person of his stature actually sat down with me, a novice, and explained these things. This community is actually wonderful. Now, in PyCon US, there's another person I met, Tom Callaway, Tom Spot Callaway. So this is this. So Tom, for the first time when I saw Tom, he was standing at the Red Hat booth, wearing his red hat, playing games on his laptop, and releasing Fedora packages at the same time, and answering questions to like random people from random experience level, novice, very experienced, intermediate, and answering about all the questions, starting from legal, community, and technical. And I could also see that there's a difference between how the developers approached Tom and how the developers approached me. They saw me as someone who belongs from a different clan, the clan of lawyers. From that day onwards, I knew what I want to be. I want to be Tom Callaway. I want to be someone who is within from the community, whom the developers see as one of their own. Also, during PyCon US 2017, I asked John and Terry, what happens after we turn the computer on? Before this day, I was very intrigued about this topic, and I asked it to many people. I got mainly 3 answers. You are not technical enough to understand it. This is a too advanced topic for you, and I do not know. This is for the first time when I got an answer, actually 2 explanations. The first explanation is this. There's a magic guinea pig which starts running after we switch on the computer, and it automatically starts. Now the second one being a detailed description on how the BIOS and the firmware work, the system boots with kernel. So for the first time in my life, I could see what happens under the hood, and also it gave me the confidence. John gave me the confidence that with enough amount of hard work, you can actually master in system administration. From there, I shifted my whole focus to system administration. I came back home under mentorship of John. I started reading about it, and I started maintaining firstly my own infrastructure on veshadas.in, and then when I gained I gained a little confidence, I started maintaining the infrastructure for DGP LUG, for multiple services for them. Now, to have a proper infrastructure knowledge, one needs to work with production system. So why? When you are dealing with other people's data in the production, you are very cautious. You are on your toes. Unlike when you are dealing with your own infrastructure, you can be relaxed and reluctant to solve the problems. So how can we get that opportunity? Contributing to open source projects as infrastructure in the infrastructure group gives you that opportunity. In the Python ecosystem, majorly our infrastructures is volunteer led. So you can, if you're interested, you can think of joining one of these groups. But how can you join? The first thing is that you need to gain the trust. How can you gain trust? Start communicating. Be on the channel in whichever platform it is. Start general communication with the project people. Now, till now, I have said my life is magical. Yes, it is. But it is not smooth. I had my battles. I had my battle with depression. As I started climbing tree in the technical world, I gained a lot of friends. But I also started getting harassed in different platforms. Be it fake news, vulgar memes, online trolling, I had it all. You know who then stood with me? This community, my community friends. They helped me the most when I needed them. My only suggestion to any of you who is going through this situation, please seek help, scientific medical help. Mental health issues needs to be treated in the same way as physical like problems, say as a broken bone. So please take care and go to a specialist therapist. Now, acknowledging is the first step towards the solution. When my doctor said that I need to go and talk to someone and tell that friend, very close friend, that I am dealing with this problem, you know whom I went to? I went to these two people. My doctor was surprised that why are you going to someone you have met only few times in real life? But when I say, I mean it, they are my family. 2019, I started my full-time job as a community manager and editorial coordinator in the tech industry for that was my first job in the tech field. Now, you might ask me that, Anvesha, you were studying about system administration and you got a job as a community manager. Now, we wait for the perfect opportunity to come into our life. But in between, we miss a lot of opportunities which could have been perfect for us. I got this opportunity and I grabbed it with my both hands. Now, this gave me the chance to see what happens in the industry. I knew what happens in the open source project world, but I never knew what happens in the industry. It gave me the opportunity to work with different communities, starting from systems to data to AI/ML, privacy, security. This was such an enriching experience for me, and I want to thank here Hazki and Zainab for giving me this opportunity. Then 2020, COVID happens. India was under lockdown from March 2020. And during that lockdown period, 2021, something happened. 2012, I attended a conference, a free software conference, the biggest free software conference then in India, FOSS.in, and a tech lawyer told me that a lawyer cannot be an engineer. An engineer can become a lawyer, but vice versa, no. But that happened that year. A lawyer became a cloud engineer. I joined Scrollstack. I joined Scrollstack as a cloud engineer to help them with their infrastructure. And it was very humbling to know later that they fixed their Let's Encrypt configuration after reading my blog post. And now I want to share that please start writing blog posts. Social media is for instant gratification, but blog post is for long term. It for the future reader. Maybe the future reader many times be you. Like for preparing this keynote, I was going back and to my blog post again and again to find out what happened to me, what did I do. There are times I found out, okay, I did this, and I patted my back sometimes as well. So please start writing blog posts, however small it is. This can be a 45-minute slide by itself and talk by itself. So I don't have time, I cannot say that. So I moved to Sweden in 2021 and I'm still adjusting with cold and more cold, with snow and more snow, and with sun and no sun. And not to forget the friendly bacteria and the viruses which keep showering their love to me time and again. Now, what do normal people do when they move countries? They go and search for schooling, grocery, maybe look at the neighborhood. What do we Python people do? We go to a PyCon after party. And what did I also do to that? After doing that, I joined PyLady Stockholm. With PyLady, from November onwards, my journey with PyLady Stockholm started. This Python community became my group my family, my friends in this unknown land. Meanwhile, in December 2021, I started a new job as a Linux system administrator in the SIGSUM project. I'm very grateful to Linus Norberry and Mulvad VPN for giving me the opportunity to work at this project. Later I found that how did I got this job? That not only they saw what did I do previously, like as technically what am I capable of, but also this is a very close-knit group. They found out that I work with open source projects. This is a free software project, and they were confident enough that I will be able to understand their working. So when I said in the beginning that open source does not only define the terms of distribution, it's about philosophy, this is what I mean. Now, as I said, I never used computer before 2012. When I started, Fedora became my first operating system. Over the years, I have had many friends who are Red Hatters. And honestly, I was pretty envious at them. And why not? When you think about Linux, the first few phrases that comes to your mind is Red Hat. And also when you look for examples to give of successful open source business, Red Hat is rightfully the first choice. In 2022, my 6 years long cherished dream came true, and I joined Red Hat. In the Ansible community engineering team, this is my wonderful team, and as a software engineer. Does any of you use Ansible over here? Okay, great. So, so if you have installed Ansible from PyPI, building and releasing that wheel is a part of the travel. I released Ansible 7.6.0 and RC148. How did I landed this job? It also has an open source connection. When I started PyLadies Pune, there was an intern who was a part of PyLadies Pune group. She was working at Red Hat in the Fedora engineering team. She saw my journey very closely, and when she saw that a perfect position for me, she remembered me and she referred to me. I want to thank Krishna for keeping the trust in me. Now, when you do the community work, the very small things, moving chairs here and there, or organizing small events, helping organizing events, you don't see the result immediately. But you take a long haul, and then definitely you see the result of your hard work. Python for Everyone is an initiative which is very, very close to my heart. I have started this initiative after I moved to Stockholm. I became friends with many other immigrant people, immigrant women in particular. So what I saw is that they were teachers, some of them were archaeologists, and some of them were economists at their homeland. But now they are jobless. Why? Because they do not know the local language Swedish. And tech is one industry where the language barrier is little less. So this is a program to help the immigrant women to start their career in tech. I had this help of this wonderful organization, PyLadies, so I thought, why don't I share it with everyone, with my newfound friends, and bring them under PyLadies umbrella, so we started this initiative. And when I asked for help from the international community, the help poured in from everywhere. There is Al, who took a session in Python for Everyone. There is many of, like Al, who actually took sessions. This is the core of our community. Now we have sessions for many different things, starting from basic Linux system administration to how to use command lines and Python programming, and also mental health and how to communicate, those basic things as well. Now, in my whole journey, what I gained, what is my achievement? They are This is my achievement. This is my success, my friends. And I say this very, very proudly. I could not contain all of my friends' photo over here. I miss many of them whom I can see over here as well. But I know all my material successes and achievements can leave me, but they will not. They will hold my hand and take me out in light when I am in deepest dark. Now, I want to thank here a few people without whom this talk was not possible. Thank you, Shoptok, whom I have nagged randomly at 2 a.m. in the morning for the last couple of months, yes. Thank you, Tom, John, Brett, Carol, Kushal, and Pai for listening to my unfiltered blabbering for hours. Now I'm still unfinished, so as my journey. So hopefully, after 30 years, I'll come again and give talk on this same topic, and we'll see that where did Anvesha go from 2023. Now, my journey is a result of hard work, a lot of it. I'm in so love with hardware. I keep saying hardware like all the time. Courage, keeping faith, building trust, act of random kindness by others, and a fair share of luck. I own my scars now. For you, none of my community talk can be complete, like it is incomplete without this quote from Brett. Came for the language and stayed for the community. You echoed many of our emotions when you said this. So keep exploring, keep trying new things, and it starts now. We'll see each other in PyCon Italy 2024, and we'll figure out what are the new things we learned, what are the new things we hacked on, who are the new friends we made, what are the new community endeavors we took. Thank you. And see you in the hallways. I promise not to drink during lunch. Thank you.
So you
This is a real one. This is not fake.
Exactly. So well done. Thank you so much for the very inspiring talk. That was amazing.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, we are just on time, so there won't be time for question. But please make sure to catch up with Anvesha during the 3 days of the conference. Thank you very much for being here. Now there's time for data beers if you're interested in that, or afterwards we have pie drinks as a social event. And I hope to see you soon or tomorrow. Thank you so much.